Good late afternoon. I have a statement to read prior to closed session. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The title of the litigation being discussed is the California Public Utilities Commission proceeding to develop an electricity integrated resource planning framework and to coordinate and refine long-term procurement planning requirements. And Madame City Clerk will take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Besoy.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal, on his way, I'm assuming. Councilmember Perlow. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, January 9th, with an amendment on Friday, January the 17th. And pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting.
Thank you. We'll recess to closed session. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Oxnard City Council meeting, and the council just met in closed session, and we'll have the city attorney make any announcements if necessary. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, the roll, please.
Councilwoman Basua?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilman McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal? Not yet. Councilmember Perlo? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Here.
Mayor Flynn?
Here.
Commissioner Andrade? And Commissioner Vega is absent. And Mayor, the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Thursday, January 9th, with an amendment posted Friday, January the 17th, and pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 paid for convening this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as is the tradition here at the City Council, just after the Pledge to the Nation, we'll have a moment of silence. And we do have a few requests. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I wanted to let people know Barbara Macri Ortiz lost her mother a couple of days ago, Tony, who we've seen in council chambers a lot, who accompanied her, so we wish her peace. And former Mayor Manuel Lopez is at St. John's, and his wife Irma called me to ask the community for prayers for him. He's very, very seriously ill.
Thank you. Any other requests?
Thank you.
All rise, please. Mayor Pro Tem, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated, please. And Mr. City Manager, I know that the agenda has been amended. Would you like to point out which items were amended, please?
Yes, thank you. It's actually under the city manager report, and it's the item 1 under section F, which is on page 2. And it's regarding the, for council's consideration, the agreement for demolition and remediation of the Ormond Beach Generating Station.
Thank you very much. And so what we'll do is go now to item E, and that's public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, the legislative body will consider public comments for a maximum of 30 minutes. A person may address the legislative body only on matters not appearing on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Speaker cards will not be accepted after the beginning of the general public comment period. Based on the number of speaker cards submitted, the presiding officer may impose time limits per speaker. Typically, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but shorter time may be established as deemed necessary. A person not able to address the legislative body at this time, because the 30 minutes expires, may do so just prior to the adjournment of the meeting. The legislative body cannot enter into a detailed discussion or take any actions on any items presented during public comments at this time. Such items may only be referred to the city manager for administrative action or scheduled on a subsequent agenda for discussion. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the hearing. And so what I'd like to do is just make sure that everyone has submitted a speaker card for the public comment period. Has anyone here that wishes to speak under this item, items not on the agenda? If you have not submitted a card yet, could you do that now, please? Is there anyone else here in the audience? Okay, so we'll go ahead and start. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and I'll call the speaker in the order in which their speaker cards were submitted. Gabriel Pimentel, to be followed by Ray Blatel, please.
Hello? Hi. This is very exciting. I want to thank all of you here for giving me the chance to speak, and I want to thank everyone behind me their right to speak too. in regards to 5G, I'm going to make this pretty quick. I've already spoken to one of the council members here in Oxnard, and it's brought to my attention that the topic of 5G has already been brought up to people in Oxnard, Ventura, and Camarillo in terms of our city councils. And for those of you behind me that don't know what 5G is or what I'm referring to, is 5G is the next generation of cell phone towers that would be put literally everywhere. And by everywhere, I do mean near our schools and near our hospitals and near our homes. I think this is a problem. Last week I was here, and the topic of discussion was the Oxnard housing crisis, or at least that's how I perceived it to be. And, you know, I'm no scientist, I'm no doctor, but it concerns me to see that scientists and doctors around the world are banding together and they're opposing the 5G grids all across the world. And I do understand that the city council doesn't have too much jurisdiction when it comes to 5G. They don't have the necessary power to stop 5G from coming into Oxnard. But I'm speaking here today just to talk to both the city council and the people behind me. If anyone wants to get involved in the process, I do have posters. I do have some pamphlets that details the power of 5G and what it means to our health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ray Blattell, to be followed by Chris Frost, please.
Good evening. I'm here to express my extreme disappointment with a council member who, on January the 15th, used his speaking opportunity to publicly berate a member of the audience and a member of our community. Following the presentation by the paid consultant regarding the 9212 report pertaining to 3 voter initiatives and the public's comments, each council member had the opportunity to speak on the subject. Typically, these opportunities are afforded to the council members to reflect on the presented material, voice opinions on the same, and/or to ask questions for the presenter. However, on this particular evening, this council member, as the highest elected authority in the city and the last council member to speak, rather than address the content of the 9212 report, took the opportunity to publicly berate the author of the subject initiatives. The 9212 report content should be the subject at this point, not the author of the initiatives. This is not about whether or not I personally like or dislike the author, nor am I defending the author. This is about professional conduct. To suggest the author intended to usurp the city government and unilaterally take over is absurd. No matter how you feel about the initiatives or the author, personal attacks and citing arrogance, dictatorship, smarter than the council as a whole, etc., was totally uncalled for and unacceptable. I just wish to express my sincere dissatisfaction with this type of conduct at the dais and consider it very distasteful. I would expect better from the highest office in this city. This person has been in public office long enough to know better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Frost, to be followed by Greg Runyon, please.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Chris Frost, the editor of the Tri-County Sentry here in Oxnard, and we're also in Camarillo, Ventura, Port Hueneme. And I'm here to tell you about a new service, and we're growing. A lot of people have come to me and said, you know, you got a great paper, but we can never find it. Well, I've advocated for that to my boss, and starting this week, we are offering home delivery. So the way you can do that is real simple. You can go to tricountysentry.com, and there's a little box that says request home delivery. You click on it, verify that you live in the 930-330 zip code to 336 zip code, fill out your information, send the information in, and you'll get the paper in the mail, and that will be free of charge. It'll be the same paper you always see. We examine everything in detail. Those of you who have read my stories know that I don't hold back when it comes to that kind of stuff. And you've seen the irreverent side of the paper as well, of just people doing things that they do, including the council, including the mayor dancing at the Hanukkah festival, and the mayor pro tem having ice cream at the Ice Cream with Carmen event, And even the deputy city manager having a bug-infested taco at the Bug Festival, and the assistant city manager talking about pulling things out of her teeth after she was eating them. So anyway, we try to examine both sides of the entire city of Oxnard. We examine the issues in detail and take a lot of pride in what we do. And we try to celebrate life in Oxnard as well, and the joy it is to live in Ventura County, because I've been to other places, and this place is wonderful. Trust me.
Repeat the address.
The address, www.tricountycentury.com, or on Facebook, you can just click on Tri-County Century, like the page, that would be nice, or you can click on any story at the Century, and the box will appear that says, request home delivery. So I thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was going to have my wife do this, but she said she's home changing the locks on the front door. So hopefully she'll have that done by the time I get home. Okay? Thank you.
She gives you a key also.
Oh, she didn't mention that part.
Thank you. Greg Runyon, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem council members, just a couple events happened in the last week that I just wanted to highlight. One was the Oxnard Together event that took place on Sunday at Plaza Park. It was a great event. There were a lot of people that were there and enjoyed that. Martin Luther King, and the event on the Oxnard Together was on the 13th. Martin Luther King was the following Sunday, and that on Monday, on my dates, I'm going to get them right one of these days. And that was a great event again. The community came together. And, I stand up here all the time and talk about the community come together. And so many times when it does, things can happen, and it's always very interesting what happens. People have that tendency to try to find, what do I disagree with, not what do I agree with. And on last Wednesday, when we had you had your meeting, towards the end of the meeting, I got up, I made a statement, I was incorrect, I was corrected for it, and I deserved to be corrected for it. But I was corrected in a very gentle and understanding manner. I wrote a particular council member an email. It was a private email, and just wanted to apologize. And the answer I got back was so complimentary, it actually really moved me. And so I'm going to not tell you what she wrote, but I'm going to single her out, and it was from Carmen. And, we sometimes forget to tell people what they mean to us. And I come up here and I stand up here and I spout my little words, and you don't know if they matter or not. And sometimes when you hear they matter, it's really important. You don't have to agree with people to value them. And I hope that people realize when I come up here, it's not just to say something to the council, it's to say it to all of us, that we are the community. You represent us, and we elected you to do the work of government, but the direction of government depends upon us, depends upon the citizens that are here. So what I said at the Oxnard Together event, I'll say it again, I'm thankful for our city managers. I'm thankful for our police chief. I'm thankful for you as council. I'm thankful for all the people that make this community so great. So I hope that in the days to come, we don't forget to celebrate what makes us great. And it's not all the work we do, it's the reasons we do the work, and it's the people who do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Pat Brown, to be followed by Aaron Starr, please.
I got a call from a friend in South Oxnard letting me know that there was no notice of a planning commission meeting that was held last Thursday. I said, yeah, that's right. My neighborhood packet I get every week, there was no notice of it. Well, they said it wasn't even on the TV noticed. And this was presented a real problem Normally, it wouldn't be such a big problem, but this is a very serious problem. There was no notification, no phone calls, no emails, nothing. And what had happened is on Monday, December the 16th, there had been a community workshop. You know, very few people attend those, only those that are specifically interested in a particular topic that's going to be on the agenda, and even at that, only a few people come to that meeting. And it happens at 6 o'clock, and that may be part of the problem. People are just getting home from work and want to have dinner before they go to a meeting. So anyway, at that meeting, there were two topics, and one of them was on the swap meet property at 3501 South Saviors Road. Okay, that was at that community workshop meeting. And there were only a few of us there. And I realized that I don't live in South Oxnard, but I drive down Saviors Road a lot. So I made the comments about didn't want to see any more gas stations, liquor stores, car washes, or fast food drive-thrus on Saviors Road. I mean, because there's already way too many. Well, the fellow who owns that property, which they called the swap meet, he wouldn't say a word. And everybody who got up and spoke did not want a car wash, a gas station, a liquor store, etc., drive-through food thing on Saviors Road. We wanted something to start to bring it up to the interest of a lot of people in North Oxnard that would drive down there. Okay? So then they had the Planning Commission meeting last Thursday night. We weren't noticed, and this topic was on that agenda. So guess what? This fellow wanted his car wash there regardless. He hadn't spoken at the meeting at all earlier, and no one was there to dispute the problem, and so the Planning Commission just okayed it. Terrible mistake. Terrible, terrible mistake.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you very much. Aaron Starr to be followed by Larry Barberine, please.
Mayor, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I went through that flu for a couple weeks at the end of last year, and it just really took it out of me, so I definitely can empathize. I was really disappointed last week when the council refused to do what state law states you must do on 3 of our qualified measures, which is either adopt these measures into law or place them on the ballot. Instead, you stated your intention to sue. What I heard from council members is that the people can't possibly propose laws and that only elected officials have the knowledge and expertise to do that. The message was that you know better and the public has no idea what it takes to govern. But I want you to compare your statements with what Judge Rocky Bayo wrote in his ruling on Measure M in 2018 when he cited from several California court cases. From California Cannabis Coalition versus City of Upland, quoted, we have held that the people's power to propose and adopt initiatives is at least as broad as the legislative power wielded by the legislature and local governments, noting, quote, local initiative power may be even broader than the initiative power reserved in the Constitution. Speaking of the initiative power, same case, quote, its purpose, in effect, was empowering voters to propose and adopt provisions that their elected public officials had refused or declined to adopt. Citing Cal Farm Insurance Company versus Duke-Majan, quote, although the legislative power under our state constitution is vested in the legislature, the people reserve to themselves the powers of initiative and referendum. Accordingly, the initiative power must be liberally construed to promote the democratic process. Indeed, it is our solemn duty to jealously guard the precious initiative power and to resolve any reasonable doubts in favor of its exercise. As with statutes adopted by the legislature, all presumptions favor the validity of initiative measures, and mere doubts as to validity are insufficient. Such measures must be upheld unless their unconstitutionality clearly, positively, and unmistakably appears, end quote. Finally, quoting from Associated Home Builders versus City of Livermore, quote, Moreover, when weighing the trade-offs associated with the initiative power, we have acknowledged the obligation to resolve doubts in favor of the exercise of the right whenever possible, end quote. Now, you say that you don't like these three proposals, but no one has stated that these measures are clearly, positively, and unmistakably unconstitutional. For example, I can't imagine what argument you could make that states that the people of Oxnard can't require that you hold all of your meetings in the evenings when it's more convenient for them to attend. You're presently in violation of Elections Code 9215. You have an obligation and duty to follow the law and resolve any doubts in favor of the people's right to use the initiative process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larry Barberine, please.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say I really appreciate the homeless, helping the homeless event at Plaza Park. It was really cool to see that many people out there. We just came later for a little bit, but good-sized crowd. It was excellent. One little factor that can help is the rescue mission on 6th and Maida can give you business cards and also little flyers for the part of the rescue mission in the lighthouse that helps ladies and families. And you can pass those out to the homeless and those who are needy. And especially if you're uncomfortable or you feel like, because a good percentage are mentally ill or abusing drugs or alcohol, this gives them the chance, if they want, to use the services of the rescue mission, even for the program. And yet you're not facilitating, their problem. Just an idea. This next item is, and with that, I'd like an update, please, on the opportunity zones passed by the Congress and the President that allows people to take certain tax breaks if they will invest in poor, needy parts of the cities, including ours. And our city has designation of those areas. I'd like an update on that. We want that money going to those who are in need, to actually get jobs, to produce jobs. It's not a handout, it's a hand up, right? Thirdly, this is not the end of civilization, but for the last 2 or 3 years, it's taken, up to 2 or 3 weeks to get the Christmas trees picked up. I made a call, and Gertie, Mr. Lambert, and she got me to Rebecca, and they came to pick up our tree. It's not a huge deal, but, it gets all dry, and you got a bunch of mess that's left, Fortunately, it was on yard care day, so they picked it up. But there's still some on our street. Maybe they didn't call, and it's getting brown and really shaggy. The couple of things that are kind of international in scope. There was a report recently, and I'd like to know how hardened our computer systems are, that Iran was, before any counterattack by us, that regime's been evil for a long time, but they were attacking local government systems to hack local governments, Iran. And lastly, one note, particularly from the city treasurer, if we have any, I doubt it, but if we have any investments in businesses that do business with the Chinese regime, including their own business like Huawei, who's into a lot of Western cell phone systems, do we have any investments with businesses that do business with China? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on items not on the agenda. And now we will go to page 2 of the agenda, item F, and that is the report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a few items. I would like to start by inviting Dr. Gabino Aguirre, one of our partners working on the census, to come and address the council. As we all know, the census is fast approaching, and it's only once every decade. So we want to keep it, with all the council meetings we have left, we're going to have some sort of guest speaker to address the council and the public regarding the census. Doctor.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I am Dr. Gabino Aguirre. I'm the regional coordinator for the census for Region 5. Region 5 are all the coastal counties between Los Angeles and San Francisco. So today we have 70 days left before Census Day, which is April 1st. Right now we find ourselves as a campaign in the education and awareness phase of the campaign. That's running through just a few more weeks, and then we're quickly moving on to the motivation phase, which will run through through about the middle of March, and then we get into activation. So it's just like a political campaign where you first expose the candidate, in this case the census, to the public, sharing what the benefits are and what the pitfalls are for selecting this so-called candidate. And then we move toward actual voting day, where you marshal all your resources, you start knocking on doors, do precinct walking. The census campaign is very similar to a political campaign in that sense. So right now, as a campaign, we're wrapping up the first round of funding. We received a total of about $800,000 in requests by various community-based organizations around the county to serve what are called the hard-to-count population. With our funding, we were able to support 23 of those community-based organizations to the tune of almost $500,000. These community-based organizations are focused on the census tracts in Ventura County with the highest index of hard-to-count characteristics. Oxnard, of course, is one of those communities that we're targeting big time. So we are also, as far as the census is concerned, the stakes are very high. Each one of us in this room is worth $2,000 in social safety net services, federal dollars from the federal government. Federal government gives out about $900 billion every year. Here in the county, Ventura County gets $1.7 billion, which is more than half of the county budget here locally. So the census has two parts to that coin. The first has to do with resources, as I just mentioned. The other side has to do with political representation. As a member of the Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission, which I'm still a commissioner, it's a 10-year gig. We use 2010 data to redraw 177 political districts. And to the extent that individuals were undercounted in the 2010 census, theoretically, those individuals and those communities that were undercounted are not really getting the political representation that they need and that they deserve. So we're working closely with a few partners, County of Ventura being one of those, the Census Bureau also being another. And so we are moving forward at this time. We have a ground game, 23, soon to be about 60 community-based organizations that are going throughout Ventura County, focused on those HTC census tracts, hard-to-count census tracts, maximizing that face-to-face contact that is necessary with these kinds of populations, because by definition, those hard-to-count populations are not really engaged in society the way that most of us are. So it calls for a visiting at their homes, in community events, having that face-to-face contact, using a trusted messenger strategy. Here in Ventura County, we call that strategy, Somos Vecinos y Todos Contamos. We are neighbors and we all count. So I was told to be brief because you have a stacked agenda tonight. So I brought samples of some materials that we have received at the Community Foundation. I'm based out of the Community Foundation in Camarillo. So we're expecting a big shipment of these, so I'm going to leave these. And whatever amount of these that you need, please don't be shy in contacting us for some of these materials. So you can find more information on our website, VenturaCountyCounts.org. And there you will find some videos on promoting the census, a schedule of our meetings, a calendar of events, et cetera, plus our strategic plans and quarterly reports, other things, including a link to a volunteer sign-up opportunity. And so I think that's all I have. I got the signal that that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to leave these here.
Yes.
If there's any questions.
Councilman Perillo?
Yes, are you looking particular for certain volunteers, bilingual volunteers, certain people of certain age? What are you looking exactly for?
Yes.
Aside from anybody, but.
Yes,
you have
the best volunteers that we can have are representatives of those hard-to-count communities. Homeless veterans, folks that are, well, veterans, the homeless, educators, teachers, principals, nurses, individuals that are in the HTC communities or that are serving the HTC communities because they are the most trusted messengers. So yes, the ideal person here for Oxnard and South Oxnard would be a resident of South Oxnard, for example. So, yes. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more quick reminder, and then I have the report to present alongside with the city attorney. So, and this will be the last reminder because a week from tomorrow, next Wednesday, is the annual homeless point in time count. So if you want to volunteer to serve, to conduct the point in time count with us, as soon as this slide comes back, I can tell you the website. Because it's been rotating between the point in time count and the census. But it's basically every year across the country during this month, all communities put together a best effort to count the number of unsheltered homeless in their community. And this number is what we utilize throughout the year, especially when we're strategizing our efforts and applying for various buckets of funding. So it is at ventura.pointintime.info. So once again, if you want to volunteer with us, some of us will be out there early in the morning. You can register at ventura.pointintime.info. So that's the reminder for this year's homeless count. Okay, now I'd like to move to our report regarding the Ormond Beach power plant. And I'm going to ask for the what do you call it? The clicker. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to open and ultimately end with this slide because I think this is the really significant imagery. I'm also going to acknowledge our Assembly member, Jackie Irwin, for encouraging us to go down this path. So these are many of the power plants that have been decommissioned / closed down in California. There are more across the country, but these are the ones here in our state. And I've showed this before, and I think most people recognize the Morro Bay power plant in the middle of this slide here. But the point is, there is, unfortunately, after decommissioning or closure, while there are regulations in place for the eventual remediation of the environment underneath, there's no requirement to dismantle these facilities. So here's a picture on a clear day of the plant at Ormond Beach. And as a matter of public policy, this city council and this community has set in motion for many years now the ultimate goal of reclaiming Ormond Beach back to a natural state. So again, there will be no development out there that would see new buildings, whether it's commercial or housing or anything like that. So public policy direction is very clear. So what happened is the plant was slated to close at the end of this calendar year. And the state, the California Public Utilities Commission, given the electricity grid issues across California, had made a ruling back in November that rather than closing the once-through cooling plants, that they were going to try to extend their operations. And our city, along with many others, opposed the extension. And the decision that they made last November was they're going to need to extend for at least one more year, which means currently the Ormond Beach Power Plant could be open not only this year but next year. And thereafter, it would be decommissioned. However, given the circumstances, especially with PG&E, there's no certainty that the state will have its reliability issues resolved in the next 12 or 24 months, and it is very possible that the state could, again next year, order another extension. So given that reality with the state's issues, but from my perspective and our perspective with the City Council, we care, as much as we care about the environmental issues surrounding the once-through cooling technology, we also care about our community. We care about what's going to happen at Ormond Beach once the plant closes. So there's an opportunity here where we have negotiated with GenOn that if we can go to the state and support that they can stay open for a few more years, that they, in exchange, would set aside up to $25 million in a trust fund to be held at the Ventura Community Foundation, Ventura County Community Foundation. And the trust fund is essentially a lockbox intended to only be used to dismantle the plant and to remediate the dirt underneath. Now, on the screen are the commitments on the city side as well as for GenOn. So I'll review those very quickly. So obviously, we would then withdraw our opposition in the CPUC for the extension, and we would modify to say that we would be okay if they can operate through 2023. We would support their efforts to get the reliability adequacy, resource adequacy contracts through 2023. We would work with them to get those agreements and also to obtain additional available funding, public or private, for the trust fund for post-demolition work. And we would work with GenOn on a plan for post-demolition ownership and use of the land. On their side, they have to make a commitment, if this is approved by the state, to ultimately dismantle the plant, as well as remediate the soil and the groundwater at their site. And of course, the $25 million trust fund. Now, the trust fund will begin, not if all gets approved by the state, not this year, because they're open this year regardless. There's no benefit to them. But in the extension period, so starting the following year, starting with the first month, they will make monthly deposits into the trust fund. So this is one of those issues where we didn't accept that, you know, they would promise that they'll do it at the end or that they'll give us the money at the end. We want the money every month to come into the trust fund. So there are ranges for demolition and remediation, and it, again, depends on if they are granted the extension by the state, because ultimately this is not a City of Oxnard decision. This is a State of California decision. What the City Council is considering tonight is a decision point with regard to an agreement between the City of Oxnard and GenOn for the outcome of that power plant here in Oxnard. It's not relevant to what the state is considering with regard to the reliability of the electricity grid. So completion of the demolition and remediation would have to be by 2027. If they're not able to get contracts in exchange for this agreement, in exchange for us advocating at the state level, they're still committing to dismantling the plant. Now, the third bullet point is important because this is an unknown factor. Even if we get this approved by the state, if PG&E should you know, if something goes really wrong with the PG&E situation, if there are many more wildfires that cripple the state's grid, you never know if the state will say, hey, we need you to stay open longer. But that can happen regardless of whether we have this agreement or not with GenOn. And I think this is the public policy, the long range. This is the end game, right? Is to reclaim the beach, have a beach that where it's meaningful to have public access, and for the community in that part of our city to actually have a functional beach in their backyard. So I'm going to talk about some other points, but I want to leave it here because this is, to me, the most important imagery. So I want to just review what this deal is and what it is not. Again, the council's consideration tonight, if you should approve this agreement between the city and GenOn for the $25 million trust fund to dismantle the plant and to remediate the land under it upon closure, is not a final decision. It is completely in the state's hands. The State Water Board and the Public Utilities Commission make the ultimate decisions on this. And those agencies may or may not care about what happens to the physical plant after closure. And again, I point you to this slide. Now, I know this seems like it's moving very fast, and I'm sorry that we haven't had as much public outreach as we would have liked to, even though we have had initial public outreach to talk to stakeholders, but the timeline is not in our control. We've been negotiating over the last month and a half or so with GenOn, but we're stuck with the State Water Board schedule, and the value of the electricity contracts and the value specifically of this deal between the City of Oxnard and GenOn diminishes if we miss the state's deadlines. Again, I want to make it clear because a lot of people have concerns about, well, what happens to the site? What about restoration? There are a lot of concerns, but if you think about this in the timeline of our public policy initiative here and our end goal here, this is a significant step to take to achieve that end game. So this is basically the next step. But right now, there is no plan in place, and there is not a penny planned to be gotten, not a penny in place to dismantle that plant, regardless of when it is decommissioned. I want to repeat that. No plan up till now, and not a penny in place up till now. In other words, if we do nothing, they will certainly run and operate for 2 more years and perhaps additional years beyond that, depending on what the state decides. But regardless of when it gets decommissioned, it could end up on this list, on this slide of what I call communities with closed but still standing power plants. We don't want to be on this list. Right? We want to have this opportunity to have some certainty as to having that power plant being dismantled. So again, if we do nothing, we get nothing. If we try this, we stand a very good chance of getting upwards to $25 million set aside in a trust fund to dismantle this plant when it is closed. This is not an agreement about any property out there that Edison owns. This is simply between us and GenOn, and this is not an agreement geared towards restoration of the open space out there. That will come next. In fact, there are people already working hard on those kinds of plans, the Coastal Conservancy and the Nature Conservancy, along with the City of Oxnard. But that work isn't going to really come into full swing until this power plant is dismantled. As long as the power plant is there, you're not going to get a complete restoration and reclamation of that land at Ormond Beach, all that open space. So if we don't make this attempt, we can bet that the plant will be there and it will join this list. So if the city council supports this agreement, again, it is not a final decision. It doesn't mean the plant, indeed, the plant will remain open for a few more years. It means essentially you will be sending me to Sacramento to plead the case for the Oxnard community at the state level. As a reminder, they make the decision as to whether the extension is granted or not. So once again, I want to thank Assemblymember Jackie Irwin for encouraging the Oxnard community to pursue this. And I need to thank City Attorney Fisher, who was key in getting, I was coming at this based on engineering reports and projections. I was coming at this at a $20 million trust fund, and the city attorney was able to get us to $25 million, in addition to safeguarding the legal language in the agreement. So I want to thank our city attorney for telling me to be quiet for a few minutes while he negotiates the rest of the deal. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we do have two speakers, and I'd like to call them up now, and that is Pat Brown, to be followed by Lorraine Effris, please.
I've been living here since fall of 1993, and I have wished and hoped that plant would come down so many times that it's not even funny. And these oil companies and people like this, I really don't trust them, because they make all kinds of promises and then nothing happens. In some cases, in the oil fields and the oil drilling, they get leaks, and then they don't even admit it. They try to get away from it and try to say it's somebody else, and they couldn't do anything about it, and so forth. So, I mean, there's just all kinds of excuses, right and left. I think we need to put somebody on this that can just be the thorn in their side, continuously following but being nice, but continuously reminding them of their date, and just force the issue. Because otherwise, it'll just go right on by, and it'll just be another one of those pictures up there with the rest of them, and nothing will ever happen. But, you know, we've got all these homeless people around here. They could be working on tearing that place down and making money doing it. You know, we got all kinds of people that would like to have a job, I'm sure, and would like to get paid. And that's one place that they could get paid, is by tearing that thing apart. So I think we need to hold our breath on this and get somebody to follow it and just be a little nice, smiling thorn in their side, just continuously reminding them, okay, now what's next in the process, and just keep on them and on them and on them until they get so tired of hearing from this person with a smile on their face that they decide they better do something. Because otherwise, if we just leave them alone like all of those others, nothing will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lorraine Effris, to be followed by Alicia Purcell, please.
Good evening. I knew this was coming, and still, when I saw it on the agenda, I was really stunned. I read the contract very thoroughly, and I just want my compliments to the staff, because I sent them 10 multi-faceted questions about how this would work and what some of the issues were that I saw. And I got very comprehensive replies back from the city manager. So thank you to the city manager, and then from Mr. Fisher. So thank you, Mr. Fisher, for responding to my questions, because it's very complicated. I know it's not a done deal. And I have to say, life is so ironic. We spent 3-4 years fighting NRG tooth and nail not to build a peaker, and we found out that California had excess energy. We were sending it out of the state. We could depend on only sustainable sources. And then suddenly I read in the paper and heard on NPR that these plants were going to, or several of them, 4 of them, were going to be extended for several years. But I do think that this is definitely worthwhile pursuing. It's a bit of a coup, I would say, even though it's not a done deal yet. And I'm very grateful to the people who negotiated it, so thank you. And thank you to Michelle Ascension for sending through that amended agenda so quickly that we could get a look at it. So definitely, let's go for it.
Thank you very much. Alicia Purcell, please.
So while certainly there was criticism over the failure of the city to work with the owners of the Mandalay plant, and as a result now we got a decaying plant and a harbor water quality problem. At least now you're working with the owners here on this plant, and let's call that an improvement, but I can't be the only one that's uncomfortable with the details of this. When the harbor was expanded to add the Seabridge neighborhood, the developer made a deposit for mitigation of some future costs, and the deposit was made with the city. And when the time to use the funds came, the city released them. But in the meantime, those funds were subject to public scrutiny at least. But here, instead of depositing funds with the city, the funds are going to be deposited with a third-party nonprofit where Councilmember Ramirez sits on the board of that entity. And that's a little strange. I don't know why the money, it won't be deposited with the city where it's subject to public oversight. That's how it was handled in previous situations. So when you have options, why pick the one that even raises an eyebrow? Surely there's another way to structure this. When the city fought the Mandalay plant, we had a parade of speakers from CAUSE that came out and gave speeches about environmental racism, but now that the plant's forking over money, we don't have any speakers from CAUSE here. So that's interesting to me. Again, why not have the funds deposited with the city, like other situations have, where there's at least public oversight of what happens with them? We can ask about how they're spent instead of putting them into a black hole where the public has no right to monitor what happened to the money later. So I can't support the arrangement with how the deposit is being handled. So my issues with the arrangement with the funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to correct something. I am not on the Community Foundation board, and I haven't been for at least a year.
It's on your campaign website.
Sorry, I'm not on the board.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So the recommended action is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement with GenOn California South, setting forth a timeline for and GenOn's funding of demolition and remediation of the Oxnard Beach Generating Station, and regulatory objectives to support extending operation of OBGS through 2023 to fund demolition and remediation to be completed by 2027. What's the pleasure of the council? I'm sorry. I apologize. Councilman McDonald.
The one time when I ask to speak, he tries to cut me off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is an opportunity looking at us, and I think it's a huge opportunity. And in regards to where the money is placed, this is not the city's money. This is GenOn's money that they're setting aside to do a demolition. If they give the money to the city, then in my mind, the city is on the hook for the demolition. And I don't think that's where we should be. I think GenOn should be the one doing the demolition as it's their property. And it's nice to see all those pictures up there of other power plants throughout the state of California. But if you want to see something locally that amplifies what could happen, drive up Highway 33 from 101 towards Ojai, and in about the area of Shell Road, look off to the west, and you'll see an old facility called USA Petrochem. And it's been there, I think it's been there for I don't know how long, but it was taken out of service about 30 years ago, and it's still there. And that's been the one failure of the 2020 once-through prohibition on, or prohibition on once-through cooling, is it just says you can't do it anymore. And that's all it says. It doesn't mandate anybody to take the plants down. So to see the real impact of what it might look like, drive up Highway 33 and see what's there. Take a look at it. And then that becomes the problem later on. The County of Ventura recently rejected an opportunity to have all that property developed because they don't want it developed. So we're stuck with that off of Highway 33. The whole goal here is to look at an opportunity to have GenOn take this facility down. And when we say take it down, there's a lot of infrastructure that's underground in terms of storage tanks, inlet outlet pipes, and all kinds of stuff that people don't realize. And if you just fence it off and chain it up, it's going to become an attractive nuisance for a lot of people, and it will be a huge issue for us to deal with. So, and I think 25 billion is about the right number, or at least from what I'm hearing, of what it will cost to take that facility off our ground, get it out of our hair, and hopefully be well on the way to restoring that property. It's not about who's going to take care of the property later on. That's a different discussion for a different time. This is simply a matter of working with GenOn to get them to set aside 25 million and be responsible for cleaning that soil, scraping the building, and get it into a position. Then we'll have the discussion about who's going to own it, what's it going to look like, and everything else. But right now, it's just the preliminary stages. So I think this is an excellent opportunity that we can't afford to pass up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, to be followed by Councilman Perillo.
Thank you, and I'll just concur with all of Councilman McDonald's statements, and I want to pay tribute to all of the people in our community, Ms. Efris among them, the Godwins cause, all of the other groups that have worked really hard to do everything we can within our means to preserve Ormond Beach for the future of the community. It isn't easy, it isn't a clear path, it's very costly, and I'm so appreciative of the effort to have us avoid the fate of Morro Beach. I understand that the people there just sort of gave up on getting it taken down, and now they want to dub it a monument, which I think is ghastly. But we have an opportunity to remove this. You know, I go frequently to Sacramento, and if you're looking out the window as you travel from Burbank north along the coast, you see our beautiful islands, our coastline, the Santa Clara Valley, but you also see two power plants which dominate. They say where Oxnard begins and ends, and it's really unfortunate. So, again, I want to pay tribute to all the people who've helped us recognize the value of Ormond Beach for the future of the community, and also our partners, Coastal Conservancy, the Navy, and the Nature Conservancy, who will be in the future very critical components of full restoration, which again is not what this contract is for. This contract accomplishes, I hope, we don't know what ultimately is going to happen, but I hope something that we can all be proud of. The demolition, hopefully carried out by people who are very careful, because there's probably hazardous materials there. There's probably salvage value in the materials, but also it could be very dangerous. So I'm hoping that people who know what they're doing participate in the takedown. Thank you very much. Thanks for the work.
Thank you very much, Councilman Perillo.
Number one, I'd like to thank each and every one of the speakers. The speaker with the cautionary note, it doesn't take much of a memory to remember the city of Oxnard was in hot water with auditors and problems in the past and how money was handled. I feel very comfortable having the money go outside of the city of Oxnard on this particular matter. I don't know how they feel when I bring that up, but I feel extremely comfortable that the money is not here. When it's here, it's too tempting to have things happen and it's spent. We have nothing to do with that money. It's not our money. The other thing that I'd like to say, I appreciate the forward thinking of the staff. I mean, this is something new for the city of Oxnard in my term on this council. And no disrespect to past leaders or elected officials on this council, but this is a big sea change. We did not address this with shutting down Mandalay. We were successful, but this is a big difference. The actual fact that my city manager does share the credit with an elected official, state official, and our city attorney, the only other person that this council hires, is a credit to the staff that this council has working for themselves, for them. I will just say this, nothing happens overnight. This is a long, drawn-out process. But I can recall when Petrochem went in place on Ojai, and I can recall driving to Ojai and watch it just rot. Councilman McDonald is absolutely 100% right. And we don't need another one of these things if we have the opportunity with the work of the council to continue that situation. Because, ladies and gentlemen of the council, we have no idea who's going to be in the council in the future. This thing has got to get a kick in the pants and move down the road. Something has to start. We can't sit around and wait. I appreciate the efforts that's been put into this to this point.
Thank you very much. And Councilwoman Basua, please.
Thank you. I want to go ahead and also reiterate what my colleagues just said up here, and also thank staff for all their hard work in putting this project forward. It is not obviously probably what everybody expected, but it is a step in the right direction. We don't know what's going to happen a few years down the road, but at least we can say that there is money there to start something. And we don't have all the answers, and it's going to be a long process, but I'm happy with the progress that we're making, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. And I also want to echo the comments that have been made here and reassure the public that this is an opportunity that we otherwise wouldn't have, and we would continue to see this site standing there. So I see this as an opportunity for the entire city, especially the south end of our city. So thank you to everyone who is involved, and this is the beginning of it. But I think it's much better than the alternative, which was nothing.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to just add that this is a major accomplishment. And despite what was perhaps said about Mandalay as a power plant, there are options that I know the city manager has been working on to also remove that power plant. So I'm hopeful that within the next decade, both of these power plants are gone and their areas are fully restored. So thank you to the leadership of our city manager and city attorney and those involved in it. Thank you. The vote, please.
The motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Very well. And now we'll go to city council business, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to thank the staff for putting together the Oxnard Together event at Plaza Park a couple of weeks ago, a Sunday 2 weeks ago, and particularly all of our folks who were there, but particularly want to thank City Manager, Chief of Police Scott Whitney, and our Housing Director, Emilio Ramirez, brought out a lot of great ideas and people working together in the faith community. So I'm hoping we get a lot of good, positive results out of that. And then yesterday I was, Mayor, are you passing this on to me?
I don't know.
I don't know, suddenly. I just want to, I'm going to pass. I just can't.
Okay.
Right now.
Thank you very much. Councilman Margal.
Thank you, everyone. I'll start off. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to the MLK March. And something I know it's the first thing usually taught about Martin Luther King. But his big thing, you know, that we should not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. And over the last week, I've been looking real bigly about looking at how do we judge how is our character judged? And realistically, our character is judged by the way we treat the poor, the disenfranchised, the accused, the least fortunate, those people that can't do anything for us, you know. And with that, I would like to thank the many different people in the city that do a lot for the community, and they don't do it to get a thank you or to get a recognition. They do it out of the kindness of their heart. And kind of like really hit me just over the last week. And I think it hit me more because I happened to go to a homeless meeting in the East County last week. And the first thing that came out of someone when they introduced them was, this pastor has done a lot for Ventura County. However, they said how his church was closed down in Oxnard, even though it wasn't Oxnard. And they said the church was closed down because simply for the reason that they were helping out the homeless, that Oxnard doesn't care about the homeless. I was really upset by this comment. I looked it up. It was actually in the city of Ventura. But Oxnard always gets the bad reputation for whatever reason. I got so many questions after that meeting. How could it be so cruel? And I told them that it wasn't in Oxnard, it was in Ventura. With that in mind, the city always does get a bad rep. And I'm like, you know, I'm tired of it, and it's something that needs to change. It needs to change, not necessarily from up here, not necessarily from over there, but it's going to take all of us. Recently, we've had a lot of homicides in our city, and, you know, comments go crazy. And I was looking at many different things, and, you know, one of the big things is community-based policing, which our police department is doing at the moment. Other things are intervention programs. What is everyone doing to help out our youth? Is everyone doing their part? The schools, we aren't necessarily the best partners with schools, but, you know, we need to work with the schools to make sure that, you know, 16-year-olds are not dropping out and they're getting sent to a quote-unquote charter school, but realistically it's a dropout. And if a high school drops off a kid before the age of 15, it doesn't count in the dropout rate. So we need to do something about that. And lastly, the big thing actually that got out of this was blighted areas. If a community feels that their city doesn't care about their actual neighborhood, then obviously the neighborhood's not going to care as well. And that's when we encounter huge problems, crime, because people don't care about their neighborhood. It is very interesting to read, and, you know, I had a lot of time to think about it. You know, kind of made me really upset about where we're at and where we have been. And I'll close out, you know, on a positive note. I want to wish my dad a happy 57th birthday on Thursday. And congratulations to my sister. She's actually the new board president for the Oxnard School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will echo the comments about the Martin Luther King ceremony this last Monday. I was there along with several other council members, and I think it was the biggest crowd I've seen at one of these events as long as I can remember. And it was about the quality of the people, not of who they were, where they come from, or anything else. It was just a matter of people being interested in our society, our community, and I was impressed with there were elected representatives there from Simi Valley, City of Ventura, Port Hueneme, City of Santa Barbara, plus many county officials. And I was impressed that so many people from so many different areas would take time out to come to Oxnard and join us in our celebration of Dr. King and his you know, contribution to our country. So it was a wonderful event. This Friday, I get to go to the beautiful downtown metropolis of Irwindale. I've never been to downtown Irwindale. It should be an adventure. I've been invited to sit on a government advisory council for Edison, and our first meeting is down there. We're strictly an advisory group to Edison with local issues, so I think it's nice that I will be able to represent some of Ventura County. Manuel Minhares from Fillmore City Council will be there also. This is not a paid-for issue by Edison. We receive no money from Edison. We get no support from Edison. And we have no real control other than to sit down and discuss with them what their policies and procedures are and how they might impact local governments. So the first meeting will be on Friday, and so I'm looking forward to that. And I think when I get a little better handle of what it is we're really going to do, I'd be happy to bring it back. But I think it's an opportunity to represent my community and our county for something that is very near and dear to us, which is electricity. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez, to be followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I wanted to, following up on the announcement from the city manager about the homeless point-in-time count, for anyone who is interested, I myself, I will be participating in it next week, but there is a training tomorrow morning. It's from 9 to 11 at the Oxnard Library. So if anyone is interested and, still needs to sign up but isn't sure of how this works, please come tomorrow. And there are other trainings between now and the actual count next week. So I do encourage anyone else to also participate. And last week I attended the Southwinds Neighborhood Council meeting, so I want to thank the chair for having us there and the conversations and updates on what the city is or what's going on in the city. And as well, tomorrow, both the city manager and I will be attending the Cal Gisler meeting at 6 o'clock. So I look forward to seeing more residents there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, just really quickly, and thank you for the cough drops. Yeah, I did just check my website, and it does say that I'm a board member. I'm no longer a board member of the Community Foundation. I was for quite a long time, but it's been at least a year now or more. I want to say that I did attend the Martin Luther King event. It was quite wonderful. We had a great speaker and music and good vibes. But I want to also say that I was invited to attend, and I know that other council members were invited, probably couldn't get there, the Oh My Theater children's performance of Frozen. Maybe people got to go. Other times I went Saturday night, and it was fantastic. There were like hundreds, it seemed like 100 kids and thousands of parents, and it was really well done, and I'm glad we were able to let them at least use the PAC one more time. They will be looking for another venue, so if anybody has ideas, such a great thing for the kids to get involved in that. Builds their self-confidence, their discipline, their camaraderie. It was just really wonderful. And then finally, the Jackson Wheeler Poetry Series was at the Oxnard Library this past, was that Saturday too, or Sunday? Also terrific cultural events going on. You know, we're a little challenged with funding for cultural events, but when we do have them, like the Martin Luther King event, et cetera, they're really wonderful. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
I also had the opportunity to attend the Martin Luther King March. It was very good. An update on some stuff. I attended the River Ridge Windsor North Neighborhood Council meeting. The city manager made a presentation with some staff, and as Councilmember Lopez mentioned, she's going to be at Cal Gisler at 6 o'clock at Harrington Elementary School. For those of you that get an opportunity, you got to go to one of these things. It's tremendously received well by the community. There's going to be another one Thursday, January 30th, at the Oxnard Shores, Hollywood Beach School Cafeteria, 4000 Sunset Lane. Well worth your time. And there will be another one, I believe, in Cabrillo neighborhood, Thursday, February 6, 2006 o'clock, North Oxnard Methodist Church, 1801 Joliet Place. The other item, the Ventura Regional Sanitation District had a meeting. They are working diligently to remediate the issue with the slipping at the Tierra Rajada landfill. Hopefully it's going to be accepted by the state. There were questions this evening about a recent Planning Commission meeting, And I was at that public open meeting. There were some questions asked. I don't know the accuracy of what has been said, but I do know that there were questions, and I did receive phone calls asking why notice wasn't out or why something was addressed as no concerns. I hope that my staff will get an answer to those people that have spoken. Tonight there was another speaker, I believe the very first speaker tonight talked about, or I'm sorry, he wasn't the first speaker. A speaker tonight asked about an opportunity zones. Mr. Barberine, I hope we can get an update for the public. It's a good question to be asking. The very first speaker tonight talked about utilities and 5G. I continually am amazed when we have people come in and they talk about the utilities, and sometimes our council doesn't recall. The Planning Commission has pushed this item multiple times that we need to look, if we're going to be a modern first-class city, we put things underground. It's expensive, but it helps us in the long run. And I'm sure that they have done it multiple times over multiple years, continually bringing this up. And last, it's been pointed out to me, as I mentioned, there's going to be a meeting of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council on January 30th. There is an issue with the public walkways in the Oxnard neighborhood, in the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council, and possibly a change in the direction they're going. These are public walkways, quite a few of them, more than half a dozen, and they're city property. There's apparently fees or dues that are paid to assist in the coverage of these public walkways. If there's a change in the direction of that neighborhood, is our Public Works Management Department prepared to take over the operation of those walkways? And if we could bring that up in a future meeting, I'd appreciate it. But again, thank you very much for the people that spoke tonight.
Thank you very much, and I will save my comments due to the fact that I'm having problems speaking. Any additional council comments? Oh, Councilwoman Basua, sorry.
Thank you. For the past 2 weekends, I've actually been participating at the Ormond Beach cleanup. And it's been an eye-opener as far as the amount of trash that is still left at Ormond Beach. I know on January 11th, me and our city clerk attended the cleanup and picked up, a good amount of trash. I would like to personally thank Dr. Davis with the trustee of the Oxnard Union High School District and Rio Mesa High School teacher Chris Holden for actually promoting the event. And there was actually about 200 people there that day, a lot of people. And also, obviously, the city of Oxnard, for the trash pickup. I want to thank the Surfrider Foundation, the Ventura Audubon Society, and the Nature Conservancy, along with Tom Dunn with the Wainimi Voice and the Oxnard Voice, and Christina Supko with Friends of Ormond Beach. With that being said, I have been asked to spearhead a cleanup at Ormond Beach moving forward. So what I have promised some of these organizations is that they can expect me to, kind of spearhead once a month at this point. So you'll probably be hearing a lot about that moving forward. And hopefully, we can restore Ormond Beach to what, the beautiful and the nature that it is. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to the information consent agenda and ask members of the council if there are any items they'd like pulled.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we start on that, I'm going to declare a conflict on J3 since the FPPC has changed their bright line rule of 500 feet to a kind of a fuzzy line rule of 500 to 1,000 feet, depending on what mood somebody might be in. So I'm not going to take a chance. I'm just going to say if we have any discussion on that or anything else, that I'll step out of the room, and when we vote, I will abstain from that particular item.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the parliamentarian, and it's unclear whether, okay. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like an item pulled, or? No. Okay. For some reason, that's, any members of the council like an item? Councilman Perillo. Any other members? Okay, Councilman Perillo, 2.
On item 2, just have one question. There's been concerns about things in the past, and I was wondering if was there a mold issue? Was it, if there could be an update on the questions about a mold in the fire station?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Initially, we did have a mold issue after some rains in early 2019. We remediated the mold. However, we did not close back the interior drywall, et cetera, in that fire station because we didn't want to do those improvements while we did not have a roof to protect those improvements. So part of this construction project, roof project, will also do the interior remediation for that fire station, Fire Station 6.
Thank you very much. It made common sense not to do. Thank you. The next item that I have is.
Excuse me, Councilman McDonald, would you like to?
Well, he's going to ask a simple question. I'll just stick it out there. It's going to be more complex.
Go.
See ya.
Okay.
Oh, you got. Oh, okay, all right. I'm sorry. Jesus.
Councilman Perrello.
On this particular item, it did not go to the committee. It didn't go to the committee, but there was one bid, and I was wondering at the $200 and some thousand, was there a problem with just one bid?
Usually we like to try to go out to get a couple more bids for our projects. However, Pueblo Construction has done other jobs within the city. For example, Fire Station 5 recently done a great job. Their references check out, so we didn't have an issue with moving forward with the Pueblo Construction for this project.
Thank you. That was my question on 3.
And 4.
And number 4, there has been a lot of email traffic back and forth on this particular item, but I would just like to have staff explain the withdrawal of the bid and how that worked, because we had somebody basically, in my opinion, crying sour grapes. And on page 84, there's an explanation of the withdrawal of the bid and how does that work?
As we move forward with Brightview Landscape Service to award that bid, prior to the committee meeting, they withdrew their bid due to unforeseen circumstances in their company. For example, they went through a fire, lost a lot of equipment, they lost a manager. Nothing based on our end. It was strictly came from them, and they made the call to myself. I listened to what they had to say, and I asked them to put that in writing. They submitted this letter that is part of the agenda report, and we move forward with the next bidder, which is West Coast Arborists.
Okay, because I would just like to add this, council members, and on this particular item, it states on page 48, the second full paragraph, staff has no reason at this time to believe that either the contractor or its subcontractor is not legally responsible, which means trustworthy and fit and capable of satisfactorily complete the project. Thus, staff recommends that the City Council award the contract of this project to West Coast Arborist Incorporated. I think that's significant for the public. Your staff is looking out for your tax dollars to the very best they can, and sometimes people don't understand what's going on, and that's why I asked the questions, Mayor. Those are my questions, and I'm very grateful for the answers that I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in item 4, and it's about tree trimming. And could you clarify, to contextualize this item, what cycle for tree trimming the city is currently on, given this $900,000 amount annually that we're spending on trimming trees?
Well, we got to look at it 2 different ways. We have special districts involved in the tree trimming. Right now, the general fund has $250,000 for tree trimming. So $250,000 puts us at approximately 35-year tree cycle.
Excuse me, explain that. 35-year tree cycle. So we should be on a 5 or 10-year trimming cycle.
10-year would be nice.
Okay.
And that is approximately close to $1 million a year annually, in order to maintain that tree cycle.
So we're spending $250 out of the general fund, and we need another $750 to get there.
That is correct.
Okay. Very well. I just want members of the public and members of the council to understand that. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. So I do have speakers. Ray Blattell to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Good evening.
I think I agree. It does make sense to do these other items other than the roof repair. However, during the budget discussions, this was sold to the council and the public on, just as a roof repair. Now we see the effort also includes exterior painting, equipment, antennas and guy wires, acoustic ceilings, steel doors and frames, door hardware, interior and exterior lighting fixtures, HVAC, register, condensate drain lines, and painting exterior perimeter stucco walls and wrought iron gates and fences. I mean, it got sold as a just to repair the roof. If that stuff was known at the time, why wasn't that included? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll have a response to that. Pat Brown.
There are some trees that I'm wondering who they belong to. The ones along the railroad tracks going up Oxnard Boulevard, north of Gonzales. There are some trees in there that look dead, and I'm wondering if they are. And if they are, can they be removed? I think that it's important that we keep the trees in good shape because they have an extra image for this city that we don't even think about. And that extra image is worth a lot of money. So I think we need to keep them up a little better than what we've been doing. The other thing is how often do we trim all the giant palm trees in the downtown area? There are a lot of them. It's a very expensive thing to do. But I'm just wondering, when we've had some high winds in the last couple of months, I have been out on the streets here in the downtown area and found these big, huge palm branches just scattered all over the place because, you know, they came loose when the wind blows. So anyway, I think we need to try to trim those a little more often than we do and just kind of step up all of that process of getting out the dead stuff and whatnot, because it's really important to this city, even though we don't pay any attention to it. Visitors pay attention to it. They see all the dead trees. They see that before they see anything else. And if we care, we need to do something. Plus, we've got these signs right off the freeway there saying that we're like the city of trees kind of thing. And I think we ought to produce it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just double check, see if it's updated. Okay, that concludes the speakers. What's the pleasure of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask that we have a separate vote on J3, please.
Okay, we'll do that, honor that request because of your stated conflict. What's then the pleasure of the council on the remaining items?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Councilman Perrello and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. The vote, please.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, and now we'll have a motion on item 3.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilman Perrello. And Councilman McDonald will abstain from voting.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can you vote?
The vote, please. Oh, sorry, but
Okay, so we've got 6-0 and 1 abstention.
very well. Now we'll move into item K1 under reports, page 3.
Mayor.
Yes.
May I make one thing?
Yes.
I apologize to Neighborhood Council. The Channel Islands Neighborhood Council is an oversight. You have a Neighborhood Council meeting coming up at 6 to 8:30 at the Pacific Corinthian Yacht Club. Again, the city manager and the staff will be there. I recommend you show up and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, okay. Okay, okay, so instead of taking K1, we're going to take K3 so that we can get our Housing Commission business out of the way. This is K3 on page 3. Public Works Department. Madam City Clerk, can I have you read the item, please?
Mayor, item K3, subject is demolition of Colonia Village. Recommendation that the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the Public and Indian Housing Information Center, PIC, application DDA 0001989 at Colonia Village, CA 031001, allowing for the demolition of the existing public housing units prior to the disposition of such property in accordance with existing HUD approval, and approving and authorizing an unsecured promissory note development loan, pre-development loan for the purpose of providing for the immediate demolition of the existing public housing units.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. Apologies for that long-winded subject matter there. The subject is Colonial Villages. I'm sure everybody on council recognizes the pictures on screen. This is now a completely vacant old public housing site. Used to be 260 public housing units, and recently we finally finished the relocation entirely of the site. In pursuit of what would be a 4-phase redevelopment project. We still have 2 phases to go. We've completed the first phases, Terraza de las Cortes and Las Cortes, and we have to build the other 2. But in the interim, they're in the condition as you see on screen, and we would like to pursue a immediate demolition, immediate as immediate is for HUD, and not wait for the development to occur. So what we're proposing to you today is for permission from the council for me to request permission from HUD to demolish the public housing sites. We believe that it's going to cost in the range of about $2 to $2.5 million to demolish, and we're asking for authority for me to enter into that. Promissory notes for the demolition, which will be repaid once the development of Las Cortes is complete. And that'll be built into the documents for the disposition of the site. The site is also in its current condition, and we have talked to the police department and the fire department and asking for their advice relative to what do we do with the site to remediate the attractive nuisance that is there. They're recommending that we remove all of the boards and the barriers such that it's easy access for police to come in and enter, and also for fire in case there's a fire. There's fires often. So the recommendation from staff is to approve the resolution or adopt the resolution seeking your permission or directing me to seek permission from HUD, and also enter into a note in the amount not to exceed $2.5 million from Housing Authority Central Fund, non-general fund, for the demolition of this site. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just note, Council Member Madrigal has recused himself based on the proximity of his residence to the project on this item.
Okay, great. And we have no speakers. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have this question. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. We then, if this is approved by council, it goes to bid for a company to do this for us? How does that work?
Yes, eventually, but the first thing that happens is we submit the application to HUD seeking their permission to demolish. We have to go through that fairly extensive process through the Special Applications Unit. Once we get that permission, then we will demolish it as a public work by the Housing Authority. So that involves public bidding, et cetera.
And could you say what your timeline is in terms of building new units there? I know we've completed 1 phase. That took quite a while.
Yeah. Right now, I'm sorry?
Realistically, the timeline.
Right now, the second phase of the Las Cortes project, which was the 3rd phase of the redevelopment project, is in the entitlement process with planning. We believe that entitlement process will be complete around May of this year. That will allow us to apply for financing, low-income housing tax credits, et cetera, in the second round of 2020 in June of this year. If we are successful, and it's a big if we are successful, then we will be under construction in mid-fall of 2020. If we are not successful in the financing applications, then we will wait for first round next year and try again. We're going to try that 3 times in a row and see if we are successful.
Thank you.
Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this. Even before we completed the relocation of some of the tenants, we were having huge problems with people going into the vacant units, setting fires, committing assaults, doing things that shouldn't be done in any neighborhood. And so I think we created an attractive nuisance that was detrimental to the few people that were still living in the area. Now that we've relocated everyone successfully, even unboarding the windows and opening them wide up is still going to be a draw to people to go in there and do stuff that they shouldn't be doing and creating problems for the entire neighborhood. So I support this. I think the faster we can do it, the better off we are. No matter how secure you make something, someone will figure out a way to get into it. And if they're that, interested in getting into it, they're up to no good. So I think we need to move as quickly as possible. So I will support that.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
I'm just curious, who's the developer?
Urban Housing Communities.
Councilman Perillo.
Thank you for the report. It's still the question that was asked, it's still this UHC 005. That's Urban House Community? Is that
Urban Housing Communities Special Development, single purpose developer. That's what the number means behind
Okay,
UHC.
thank you. I totally agree with Councilmember McDonald. This is a blight on a neighborhood, the colonial neighborhood, and it doesn't take, they were talking about the perception of Oxnard. It doesn't take much. The newspapers, very realistically and doing their job, they report the fires, the stabbings, everything else that's going on there. The quicker it comes down, the better off. And I'll go on the record right now. The quicker it comes off and leveled, the better off it is for the community. To start to consider, we're going to put a garden in there, or we're going to put arts projects. I'm not in support of that. I'm for removing a terrific detriment to the city of Oxnard, specifically to one of the older neighborhoods in the community. ASAP. Thank you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any further council comments?
Second.
Madam City Clerk, a motion by Councilman McDonald, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Vote, please. Thank you very much.
So that carries 7-0 with our commissioner vote, and Madrigal is recused.
Abstaining, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our housing commissioner is free to leave. Oh, yes. To make a call. Oh.
Thank you to Emilio Ramirez. I hope he finished the great project de Las Cortes 31. And I want to say thank you to city manager Alexander, to choose Emilio Ramirez for housing director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. He's not on the parliamentarian here, so thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to item 1, K1. Yes, I already did that. He's excused to go if he would like, or he could stay. Okay, thank you. Okay, item 1. Madam City Clerk, could you read the item, please?
Mayor, item K1 from the Finance Department, subject approval of 2020 gas tax revenue refunding bonds, refinancing of the gas tax revenue certificates of participation, 2007 Street Improvement Program. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the following resolution. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard authorizing the issuance and sale of gas tax revenue refunding bonds, Series 2020, to refinance outstanding obligations, authorizing execution of an indenture of trust, and authorizing execution of and approving related agreements and official actions.
Very well. And we'll have our CFO, Mr. Riper, make a presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. In a moment, the formal presentation will be given by Managing Principal Craig Hill of NHA Advisors, our municipal advisor with whom you've been familiar for the last couple years. He'll be assisted by Vice President Mike Meyer, also of NHA Advisors. And finally, representing Ramirez and Company, our underwriter for this transaction, is Managing Director Carmen Vargas, sitting in the front row. Just 2 quick points from me before we start. This is a bond refunding that affects only the gas tax fund. This is not a general fund bond refunding or an enterprise fund. It affects only the gas tax fund. And as you know from budget meetings and budget hearings and budget decisions, gas tax money can only be spent on street projects and other projects in the right-of-way. Second point that I always say during bond presentations, while we expect to sell the bonds, pending your approval tonight, in February, interest rates can change. So if interest rates drop further, we'll have even bigger savings than you'll be hearing about tonight, but if interest rates go up, the savings will be lower. It all depends on the market at the time. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Hill of NHA Advisors to go through the formal presentation. Craig?
Excuse me, Councilmember Perillo?
Good question, Mr. Riper, just one question. In the staff report, I appreciate this and I appreciate everything else going on, but in the staff report, we identify the various parties, but there is no bank listed. Is there need for a bank to be listed in this?
The trustee bank will be Wells Fargo Bank.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good to
Good
see
evening.
you again.
Yes.
So as some quick background, the city approximately 13 years ago issued about $28 million in gas tax bonds. These were specifically bond funds that were used for street improvements. What we're simply talking about tonight is a refinancing just like you would with a mortgage at home. The old debt has an interest rate of around 4.66, 4.7%. So as we get through the savings numbers earlier, we'll be referencing it to the 4.7. This project has been in the works for about a year. We've been working with the underwriter and their staff to seek state approval to allow the city to refinance this. The city was one of a short list of cities who did actually leverage their gas tax revenue stream to capitalize projects. So it did take a little bit of work at the state level to get this approval done. This item was also brought before the Finance and Governance Committee in October. The city now has almost $21 million in outstanding bonds, so about $7 million has been paid off over the last 13 years. As I mentioned, it's about 4.7%. We expect the current market to be in that 2.7 to 2.8% range. So some fairly substantial savings can be generated just by reducing the interest. And what this effectively is going to do, and council members will remember the conversation we had a year ago, is this is saving what otherwise would be bond payments to New York and to some of the institutional investors, and it's putting dollar for dollar those savings into local streets. Because as Mr. Ripper said, the savings is in the gas tax fund, so this is just going to be funds that are available for more projects at an accelerated pace. We expect to save about $3.6 million over the term of the financing, which is approximately $350,000 a year. That will just pass through from the gas tax revenues into the gas fund. The question earlier, who all is involved in this transaction? Our firm, Ramirez and Company, will be the underwriter on this transaction. The law firms of Best and Krieger and Nixon Peabody, who the city is familiar with and who we've worked with for the last couple of years, will serve as bond counsel and disclosure counsel. Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Roth is the Underwriters Council, so we have plenty of attorneys represented in this transaction. Standard & Poor's has been the rating firm that has been is very familiar with the city and rates most of the transactions that the city has there. The to be determined is the bond insurer, and that's a credit enhancement. So depending on where we come out with Standard & Poor's this week, we're in the middle of their rating committee right now, we may or may not seek to have a credit enhancement with what you would basically call an insurance company that would we would pay a premium to get to a AA rated. We don't know if it's a placeholder. We don't know if we're going to necessarily need that. And as the CFO mentioned, Wells Fargo is the trustee, just as they are for a number of the other city transactions. So the recommendation, as was mentioned by the city clerk, is to approve the resolution authorizing the issue of refunding bonds and save interest starting in current fiscal year 1920 with 2021 forward for approximately 13 years.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any speakers on this item. This did come to the Finance and Governance Committee, of which I'm the chair, but I'll reserve my comments until after the members of the council have spoken, and I'll honor the request of First Councilman Perillo, who sits on the committee. Councilman Perillo.
Can you just explain the issue of the credit enhancement? The bond, what are you looking that they would need? If you could just help me out here.
Sure.
When do we go out and hustle this guy up to find out so we can boost up the credit rating? What rating do we have to have where we are in need to get them boosted up?
Great question. So the way that the credit, there are two firms that basically will wrap municipal securities. Both firms are in that AA category. You would obviously, if the city's credit, and again, this is just specific to the gas tax bonds, if Standard & Poor's comes out and says, you know, we've looked at the documents, we've looked at the revenues that are coming to the city from the state, and it's a AA credit, it wouldn't do us any good to get to buy an insurance policy because it's the same rate. If they come back and it's an A+ or an A, which is that next category down, then we may pay a small premium and recognize the benefit, because the underwriter will say, well, now I have a AA credit, and we'll recognize that there's a premium paid to the insurance company, but you're going to make up, because obviously the higher the credit, the lower the interest rates.
Okay. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Can I get an update on what our general credit rating is? I know we've seen improvement recently, and just for the benefit of those of us who are not really financial wizards, improved credit rating means we borrow at a better rate, which saves.
Right. So the higher the rating, the lower the interest rate cost. So think about it as a credit score, and can I get a Visa with 12% interest rate, or is it 18%?
Or 25.
Or 25, right.
Don't go there. Okay, so.
And depending on the particular security, so the city has general fund debt. That was what we were involved with in the fall. You have utility debt, your water and your wastewater. They maintain their own bonds, and again, those are not secured by the general fund, right? Those are water users or wastewater,
right.
And in this case, it's a gas tax. So they're really each a different rating. It's not one consecutive rating, and if the city were to issue, for instance, general obligation bonds, which is secured by the community as a whole, those would be the highest rating you would have, and you would most likely, if you were to receive voter authorization, you would probably be in the AA category for those. Everything else is A+ category, and Kevin, help. So the A for issuer, which was the one we did in the fall.
Thank you.
Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on the real estate side of the world, they tell you to refinance your home loan if you can't get more than a percent savings is probably not a good investment. I don't know if the same's true here, but you're talking almost 2% here, so I think it's an excellent investment. Mm-hmm. The only question I would ask is, not knowing what's going to happen on the East Coast at any particular date and time or minute, if the bottom falls out and all of a sudden the rates go up to 5, we're not obligated to do this refinancing, are we?
No.
We can.
No,
Okay.
we're actually, the resolution before you tonight is setting a threshold. So should we go to market and not be able to achieve those levels that you're approving, if you approve the resolution tonight, we would hold off and wait for the market to adjust or achieve those minimum thresholds.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. This did come before the Finance and Governance Committee, and what's important that people know is that the city is going to save by this refinancing about $350,000 a year. And my question to the Assistant Public Works Director on this is, if I could have the Assistant Public Works Director come up just for a sec. Thanks. So one of the things I've asked, and I want to say to my council colleagues, and I've asked the city manager, is the gas tax, if my understanding is correct, can be used to service the medians and the roadways that we have not had a sufficient amount of money to be able to service. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I want to say to my council colleagues that we're going to have a $350,000 a year annual savings, and I think that we should have a future item brought back before us, at least for consideration, on how we could tackle the major thoroughfares in the city like Oxnard Boulevard, Rice Avenue, Rose, those areas that people travel most frequently that are not looking particularly nice. Oxnard Boulevard, I just went up there yesterday, and I mean, I don't know how to say, it looks like Gilligan's Island or something. There's just stuff all over the place. There's a palm tree. It's just not good. And I would really like for this to come back to us, and then I think it should be a policy decision of the council on what we do with the remaining, with this savings. Do we escalate paying down the debt? Because we did a pretty good job when we borrowed this money 13 years ago. We borrowed $27 million. We paid off we paid off approximately $7 million of this bond. And I think it's incumbent upon us to decide, if we do have a savings, do we do a one-time servicing of these medians, and then do we take the remainder of the savings and pay down the balance more aggressively, or do we allocate that towards increasing the cycle of streets? Because when I first asked about this to the Assistant Public Works Director, and whether the gas tax was eligible to service these medians and roadways, he did the research and said yes, but he said if we were to take money away from, in other words, if we were to allocate money for the servicing of these medians, then we would have to either postpone or we would have to scale back some of the projects, right, that are on schedule. So my desire, Mr. City Manager, is to see how we can take some of this savings and deal with these medians that are most important. They set, there's nothing more pronounced, I think, in this city. There's nothing more visceral that affects people than the way the city looks. And this is not political posturing. This is just, I mean, it is an opinion, but I'm asked about this more than any other issue. People will ask me, what can we do about these roadways? What can we do about these things? And I want to say to my council colleagues that we have had efforts of volunteers willing to do the work. But if I'm not mistaken, because of liability issues, and this is an issue we got to get a hold of, because of liability issues, we cannot have volunteers servicing the medians because there's a high risk that something could happen to them. So this can't be done by volunteers. And I know that our maintenance crew is doing a really good job trying to keep up with the limited resources. So I really would like this, Mr. City Manager, to come back to us so we can make that decision.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So once this transaction concludes, assuming it concludes successfully, we'll bring the options to the Public Works Committee to get recommendations to go forward to the full council.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any further comments on this item?
Move the recommended action. I'd like to thank the mayor for the earworm of two guys singing a 3-hour tour from Gilligan's Island.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion by Councilman McDonald and a second from Councilwoman Pasua. The vote, please.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to item 2. I'm sorry, on page, let me just get the correct page. Item 2 on page 4. That is Information Technology Department. Madam City Clerk, could you read the item, please? Be so kind. Thank you.
Sure. Subject is Oxnard 311 Performance Update Report. The recommendation that the City Council receive an update on the third year and first half of fourth year performance of the Oxnard 311 Constituent Relationship Management mobile application.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Ramirez, Council and staff. Keith Brooks, Chief Information Officer for the City of Oxnard, along with Mike Schaefer, who's our IT Manager over Geographic Information Systems. We also have representatives from nearly every department here who have items that are 311 related to answer questions later if need be. So about May 2016, May 2nd, our mayor launched this publicly at the State of the City address, and since then we've had over 7,000 downloads of this app and over 50,000 work orders submitted. If you don't know what the Oxnard 311 application is, you can go to the Google or Apple store, search for Oxnard 311, download it, and have it installed before I'm done with my intro. Basically allows our constituents, those we serve, to use a mobile app to submit work orders directly to the staff that do the work here in the city. For example, if you see graffiti, you want to get it removed, you can use the app to take a photo of it, submit that to the graffiti task force. You'll get a response from them telling you how long it'll take to get that issue resolved. When it's resolved, as with many, they usually provide a photo back showing the after photo, and you see before and after, and they do a really excellent job. This is a great way to have direct contact with the people we serve. They love this component of it, getting chats back on that email or via the app, and also seeing a photo goes a long way with them. So we follow the Center of Excellence model for project management. We have a technical partner and a business partner relationship. Mike Schaefer is the technical partner for this in IT, and he works with over a dozen business partners throughout the city that support 19 different types of work requests that can be submitted through this app. And he has a very unique global view of this application and is probably best informed to share these statistics and analysis with us. So as you can see, it provides streamlined access for services for those we support, increased transparency because they can see what's going on with the work order and they know the service level agreement up front, and then some accountability. So without any further delay, Mike, can you come up and give us a review of this year's stats?
Thank you, Keith. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all again. There's one word that we left off here, and it's popped up a lot of times when I'm researching these different types of applications, and it's guardianship. That's one thing that really stands out to me, that this is a tool that gives the community a sense of empowerment to go out and fix things that they see are wrong and to give them more ownership. So I think really this is just a fantastic app. So this slide here is looking at the app downloads over each year. And before we go on, I'd just like to clarify that both in the staff report and in the presentation, we talk about a year. That's actually the service year of 311. So that's from May, when the app was launched, through April of the following year. And also for year 4, that's just the first 6 months of year 4. So year 1, we have 2,139 downloads, which is pretty impressive considering that there wasn't really a lot of outreach. We didn't do flyers or any kind of mailer in the utility bills. So to see this kind of spread around just through word of mouth and through the mayor's State of the City address is quite impressive. Year 2, we see almost the same number of app downloads at just under 2,000. Year 3, we see our biggest year yet, 2,151. And then year 4, if that first 6-month trend continues, we should see just about the same average of around 2,000. And we've gone out to neighborhood council meetings to present this, hand out flyers, and and try to get the word out about this. Next, we'll look at requests submitted, which to me is a more interesting slide because this really translates into the amount of work that our staff is having to do. So from year 1 to year 2, we see a massive increase from 7,900 requests all the way up to 15,435. From year 2 to year 3, we see that jump from 15,000 to 17,000, which was about a 14% increase. From years 3 to 4, if that trend continues and we're going to get the most requests yet, over 20,000, that would be just about 14% again, the same that we saw between years 2 and 3. So part of my preparation for both this staff report and the presentation was reaching out to other communities that use the same application. And I tried to find communities that had used it at least for 5 years, and actually found quite a few that had used it for 9+ years. And what I wanted to find out is what was the projected trend for the future of Oxnard 311? What could we expect going forward? Are requests going to keep continuing to rise? Is there going to be a plateau and a drop? And it turns out that with that data that came back, we're seeing about a 19% increase in requests every year, and that's for all those 9 years. All the communities that got back to me did report that huge jump from year 1 to 2, and then a steady increase. So Oxnard's following right along. We're at 14% increase between that 2 and 3. It looks to be the same between 3 and 4. So while it's impossible to predict what the future really is going to be, we can be pretty safe in assuming that these requests are going to continue to increase. So there are 19 different request types that are available through the 311 system. And for each of the years that we've done this, the top 3 have always been the same. Illegal dumping by far, getting the lion's share of the work at 35% or close to 18,000 requests, followed by graffiti at over 11,000 requests or 21%. Abandoned vehicles coming in at 10.4% or over 5,000 requests. And then this year was the first time that the number 4 spot was taken over by overground landscape instead of potholes, which for the first 3 years was always that last 4th spot. So to avoid doing a 10-hour presentation, we're just going to do a deeper dive into the top 4 requests and look at how our staff is performing and trends that we're seeing. So number 1, we're looking at illegal dumping. Again, close to 18,000 requests in that first 3.5 years. And illegal dumping is for when you're cleaning up large, bulky items. We're talking about refrigerators, TVs, couches, pretty huge items that take special machinery to remove. And when you look at those number of requests per year, it's pretty close to kind of mimicking what we see in the overall requests. Huge jump between years 1 and 2, with a nice increase between 2 and 3, and then year 4, if that trend continues from the first half of the year, being our biggest year yet at over 7,000 requests. So for each of the request types, we have a service level goal, which employees came up with at the very beginning of the system to figure out how long do we think it should take to complete these requests. So for illegal dumping, our idea was to complete these in 3 days, and those are always working days. We do not calculate weekends against this performance statistic. So the way to interpret this graph is we're looking at that goal of 3 days, and each of the points for the year show what that average was for the year. So year 1, our average was 4 working days, just above our goal. Year 2, we had quite a slip in performance to 8.6 days, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. Year 3, we actually performed better than our goal, 2.7 average days. And then the first half of year 4, we're seeing the best yet at 1.8. And the average over the entire system was 4.5 days. So this next slide can seem a little overwhelming at first, but really we're just showing 3 different data points. So if we look here, we're looking at illegal dumping requests and the number of requests that are coming in per quarter per service year. So this kind of green bar in the back is the total number of requests that were submitted for that quarter. The light blue bar in the front is the number of those requests that were completed on time. And then that number is shown as a percentage in the background in this kind of green area. So year 1, quarter 1, we had 426 requests submitted. 213 of those were completed on time, which is 50%. And if it wasn't completed on time, it doesn't mean it just dropped off the face of the earth. It absolutely was completed at some point. So looking at this, each of these kind of peaks and valleys tells a story about what's going on with staff and how we're responding to these requests. And you see this trend kind of throughout all the requests that in the first couple quarters, there was a bit of a shuffle. We're moving resources around and reallocating staff to tackle these requests as they're coming in. So we had a little bit of a learning curve in the beginning, that 40%, but then year one, quarter four, we really start to see an increase. We're jumping up to 73% being completed on time. But then we see this nosedive down to about 18.9% in quarter two, year two. And when we go and talk to staff about this, we found out that a specific truck driver who was licensed to operate one of the larger vehicles that's used to pick up these items was actually sick, or I think it was injured, and out for a number of months. So then we see this critical asset being taken out of the picture, and all of a sudden we're down a truck and can't respond as quickly. So luckily staff responded, moved staff around to where people could cover for that, actually hired additional people, and eventually we see this really nice jump and plateau in quarter three, year three, where we're getting things done 91% of the time, which is just phenomenal, especially when you consider how many requests are coming in. Next, we're going to look at graffiti, which is my personal favorite. I use this every single time I go out for a walk during my lunch. And the most amazing thing is that sometimes by the time I'm finishing my loop and coming back, there's already someone there cleaning this up, which is just, in my mind, unbelievable. So graffiti, over 11,000 requests. We see that same trend again, a pretty big jump from year one to year two, another significant increase from year 2 to 3, and year 4 being on track to be our most popular year for graffiti requests at over 5,000 requests. So this is a nice sight to see. Every single year we're far below our goal of 3 days. The average over the entire lifespan of the system has been 1.6 days. So year 1 we're in at 1.7 average days, year 2 1.1, year 3 1.8, and then year 4, even with reduction in staff, we're still seeing performance better than our goal at 2 days average. For me, a data geek, this next slide is just a sight to see, a beautiful thing. You're seeing all green in the back there, just high percentage of completion. I think our lowest up there is 88.1. But just absolute great work for how many requests are coming in and just keeping this done from 90% up. Next, we have abandoned vehicles. This is anytime you have a vehicle that's been left on the street, it looks like it's not in working condition or it's been left for a long period of time. Or it can actually be on public property, or private property. And 2 different divisions work on this. We have code enforcement working on any abandoned vehicle on private property, and then we have our traffic enforcement working on anything on public streets. So this one, again, we're seeing that same trend, big jump from year 1 to year 2, actually one of the biggest jumps we see. Year 2 to year 3, it's kind of leveling off, not as much of a jump as we see in the other request types. And then year 4, again, showing that increase where we're going to be breaking 2,000 requests. This is another nice sight to see, just consistently being ahead of our goal. The goal is 14 days for this one, and our average has been 9.3 over the lifespan of the system. Year 1, 12.2 day average. Year 2, dropping down to 9. Year 3, 9.3, and then our best yet in the first half of year 4 at 8.2. Again, another sight to see here that's nice is just that continuous growth and jumping up into the high 80s and 90s. We see that learning curve in the beginning of the system at 43.3% as staff's being moved around and shuffled to take care of these requests, but then just continuously growing and hitting that mid 80 to 90%. So here's our newcomer to the top 4, overgrown landscape. This can be anything from a tree that looks like it's about to fall over, palm fronds that are hanging loose, or sometimes just some weeds that are growing in a median or the sidewalk. And this one has over 2,738 requests submitted. This has our pretty much the biggest jump from year 1 to year 2, it almost triple. And we see from year 2 to year 3 kind of a steady growth, and then year 4 looking like it's going to be our biggest yet at close to 1,200. So for this request type, we see a little bit of a slip in performance that we'd rather not see, but this is just the reality of the data. So our goal is 60 working days. Our average so far has been 69.6, so not too far off. Year 1, we had a 74-day average. Year 2, 91.7. Year 3, 75.2. And then something you'd like to see in year 4, a dramatic sweep in getting way ahead of our curve and being at 23.1 days. So really good work in responding to the system and finding ways to achieve these faster. So we have quite a few peaks and valleys here. A lot of this is done by the Parks Department, and sometimes there's just not enough staff to get out there and do these because there's so many requests that come in, and these guys are on other projects, working on replacing playground equipment or a variety of other projects. But you can see how there's been kind of these peaks and valleys all over the place that show response and being able to somehow get our performance better, but then just having to not have enough resources and reallocating and just not having that ability. But again, the last year and a quarter showing a really good picture of getting up there in that 75 to 80%. So out of our 19 request types, there are 8 that are meeting the goal and need no modifications. To my mind, that's graffiti or illegal dumping. And then we have, for 6 of them, a solution that's been identified where we don't have to make any changes to the system. We found ways to increase performance. And for 5 of these request types, we just don't have enough resources to handle the requests that are coming in, and we're asking for an adjustment in the performance goal. So here are those 6 where we've identified a solution for improvement. For general questions, which is kind of the catch-all request type for if it doesn't fall in one of our other predefined categories, for example, loud music, fireworks, dogs barking, we found ways to speed up the reassigning process to get this to the right department and staff to work on the request. For wastewater and leaks, we've modified the workflow to automatically assign requests to the right person. In the past, it was getting stuck where a water waste request would come in. It would take about a day and a half to figure out who it should go to and get it to that person. But now the system, we've built in the logic to where if a request comes in, it's on private property, it goes to the water department staff. If it's on public property like a park, it goes directly to the right staff to work on this. For assessment district, staff has figured out internal workflows to speed up the process. Animal safety, the amazing thing is this request type was being handled by one person, and they are in the process of filling out 2 vacant positions. One of those actually started just last week, so we should see a dramatic improvement there. Street light out, we've modified the workflow to transfer the work that comes in through 311 to Southern California Edison, and then provide an update with a tracking number to the resident and give them the phone number to reach out to Southern California Edison to get their updates and then close out the 311 request because city staff doesn't actually have the ability to work on any Edison-owned assets. And tech support, that's one I know well. That one comes to me. Sometimes there's just no way around doing these requests faster just because of the nature of the request type. For example, there was an issue just recently where pictures weren't attaching to the requests that were coming in. And we had to work directly with the software developer to find out what was wrong, provide a bunch of information. They had to make a patch for the software, put it out into the Google Play and App Store, and have people download it to repair that. So sometimes the process just takes some time. For the 5 where we just don't have enough resources to tackle the requests at the performance goal we originally set, we're asking for these modifications. For pothole, we're asking from 30 days to be increased to 35 days. For litter, from 3 days increased to 10 days. Trash and recycling service from 2 days to 3 days. Traffic signal issues from 3 days to 15. And just to clarify, this is not when a traffic signal is going out or there's some kind of public safety issue. For those requests, they're handled immediately. This is more if there's maybe a slight timing issue or one of the lights on top of the signal arm that illuminates the sidewalk is out. So public safety things are still taken care of immediately. And last, traffic general issues, which is requesting speed bumps to be installed or do a study on speed limits. We're increasing that or requesting it from 15 days to 18 days. And that's the end of the report and open for questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And let me just take a look here. And we do have 2 speakers. Ray Blattell to be followed by Aaron Starr, please.
Good evening. Thank you. This software sounds like a good idea, but with only 7,253 people, that's not very much usage, a response. I don't know why. Maybe you need more outreach. I didn't know about it either. But now I want to look at this is regarding the data that's in the package. We'll look at one of the 19 types of service requests, and that's they're near and dear to our hearts and the citizens, is potholes. The performance metric or goal for pothole repair for year one was 150 days. That's about 6 months if you consider only working days. That's not even a performance metric if you ask me. Then in the first half of year two, the goal was decreased to 15 days and increased to 30 days in the second half of year two, and remains at 30 days for years 3 and the first half of year 4. The only times the goals were met was year 1, remember 150 days, and thus far the first half of year 4, but just barely met. Now the recommendation is to increase the performance goal to 35 days, vice 30. Is this the right thing to do? Do you just decrease your standards so that you can meet them easier? I don't think so. What about stepping up to the plate and assign the necessary resources to fix the pothole problem? As you know by the recent initiative, the voters in this city are pretty interested in the condition of our streets. I believe you need to seriously think about this one. Also, relative to the data in the package, in the first half of year 4, about 1/2 of the prescribed performance metrics have been achieved. And 2 of the service requests might have serious consequences: wastewater and leaks and traffic signal losses. For wastewater and leaks, the performance goal is 4 days, while the average performance level is actually 16.3 days. For traffic signal losses, the performance goal is 3 days, while the average performance level is 20.2 days. For the traffic signal loss service request, the recommendation is to increase the performance level goal from 3 to 15 days. Again, a decrease in standards. I think there could be serious problems if traffic signals aren't fixed in time. I just think it's wrong to decrease your standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Starr, please.
I just want to say it's one of the better presentations I've seen here, and I'm really excited by the technology here and how it's being used. It's a great start having ongoing metrics. I'm a real big believer that what gets measured is what gets managed, and this is definitely on the right track. Now, over time, we definitely need to figure out ways to increase the efficiency and get the standards to be even better, and that has to do with how you're deploying resources. But the fact that these tools are being used and hopefully over time being expanded, it's my hope that at some point in the future that these sorts of statistics would be maintained as much as possible in real time and provide to the public on the website. Because the more it's actually visible, the more likely that folks are going to be motivated to actually get the job done and do it really well. I know that at my company we have all sorts of measurements, and we're measuring it on a regular basis, usually daily, and folks respond to that. They know that they're being looked at. They look at it as almost like it's like a contest for themselves. They say, how can I self-improve so I can actually beat the previous measurement I have? And I just love that you have this tool. So, all I can say is great progress. Keep that up and explore all the potential that's here. I'm really proud of this presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to council member comments. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, staff. We had this presentation in Community Services. Really appreciate all the work, and I asked for some follow-up. And one of the things I was really interested to find out is what parts of the city where are people using it? And we do see some gaps, but I'm also I think it's really important to get it out there to people maybe not so technologically inclined. It is available in Spanish, correct? That's right. And I'd like to just maybe at some point do a little deeper detail about where in particular. One of the things I was the issue of potholes. I think it's a good point, but the assessment of potholes, something could be small and a minor problem. Something could be very large and dangerous. Is there an assessment of the degree of danger, a pothole?
So in the request, one of the question asked is what is the diameter of the pothole and then the depth. So staff does review that. If it's a massive pothole that looks like it's turning into a sinkhole, they're going to notice that and try and get out there faster.
So that won't take 6 months to fix, we hope.
I would certainly hope not.
I would hope not, but it would be good to have more information about that in the future. And then the other thing that we talked about at the committee was mattresses. We know there's a seasonal time when mattresses start appearing on in the alleys everywhere. And I know it appears in my alley, and I don't think we have too many people working seasonally in that part of town. But what we can do, just thinking ahead with this information, where can we perhaps use some way of notification of people who might be wanting to get rid of their mattresses because they do have some value, I believe, for the city's recycling efforts. Some value, not that the mattress itself is going to be reused, but the material in it, which is what I understood from our environmental resources folks. So looking to how we can better inform people who might be tempted to dump illegally. And anyway, I really do appreciate the work. I think we can learn a lot from looking at this data even deeper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Thank you for the presentation. I happen to agree with Mr. Starr. This is a terrific presentation. And I do agree that you can't measure what you don't, you can't manage what you don't measure. And his point is well driven home. And I need to say this. My understanding is that the mattresses have a $10 value to the city when they come back to the city for recycling. And I did talk to an individual, and we were discussing about and this may open up a can of worms. They were discussing with respect to how come so many mattresses are thrown out. People spend the money for a mattress. Why would you throw it away, even if you are a seasonal employee? And I was given the information from a neighborhood chair that it may have something to do with the bed bugs in areas where people live, that when they become infested, they're not taking it with them. But that is a comment on some of the facilities that people are having to live in. The question that I have with respect to the information in the mattresses and the safety issues, what is the jeopardy for the city of Oxnard if this information is on record? Is there any jeopardy if something happens?
Well, council member, to answer that question, this certainly puts the city on notice and drives the timelines for addressing the issue. Now, there is a recognition that the city can't instantly respond to something that might be a hazard, but that's where the balancing and the budgeting for how these reports are addressed comes in.
Okay, thank you. Because that does hit right on the thing. We've had to make cuts, and we did make cuts, but then some things we didn't cut. And when we make those decisions, whether in the past or in the future, they impact how quickly we can handle these types of things. I do agree with pretty much every councilman here. There needs to be, 207,000, 210,000 people, and there's only 7,000. Just by a show of hands, how many people in the audience have this on their phone? Terrific. I mean, this is great. But it's like amazing when you go to neighborhood council meetings and you explain this and people look at you like, what are we talking about? We can do a better job. And this is a great presentation. I've given some ideas to the city manager about somehow we can show this on our website, how to actually install it. You explained it very well, but maybe just take your presentation and put it on the website, because the more people that help, the more hands that work, the easier the load for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal, please.
Thank you very much. I saw this at the committee level. Again, thank you for the presentation. I know this app could go many different directions, as I stated at the committee level. There's more uses to it than just the actual reporting. But last time at the committee level, you mentioned, or you showed me this on the actual city website, and it's great. I looked through it, and it's actually District 4. It's the area of the city that has the most requests within the last 30 days. And actually, you get to see the completion rate based on district. It's actually the highest completion rate is in District 2 in the city. And you also see the lowest. So, you know, the lowest number of reports is actually from District 5. And the lowest number of completion is actually my district, District 3. So you actually get to see all, you know, this is great. It's on the website, and it shows a lot of different things for residents and anyone who's interested, and it's great. And I know those people having the app will continue to grow. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
I'll start out with my question first. I see where we refer streetlight issues to Edison, and my question would be, if we have areas of county jurisdiction within the city and complaints come in about that, do we refer to the county? And I'll use the drainage canals on Ventura Road that run north and south. They're owned by the Watershed Protection District. We have no jurisdiction over them. If someone were to use that, the 311 app, to have a concern about the canal, maybe there's clothing in it or debris or whatever, do we refer that to the county of Ventura? Or?
Yes, we do. We actually have a service boundary for the city, so anything that's in county areas are automatically declined. The user gets a message saying this is outside of our service territory. The county actually uses the same platform, so I forgot the name for their app, but it's the exact same thing. You download a free app, and you can submit those requests there. Staff also knows, like for example, with the drainage canal, that that's not city property, and they will actually put a comment, a public comment in the request, and then close it out. So, yeah, if it's outside of the city, it absolutely is denied. And if it's within the city, but a small strip like that, it's staff knowledge that keeps us from working on it.
And maybe food for thought for the future. Maybe there's a way we can program our system to say it's not in the city, but we're automatically forwarding this to the county system, and see if there's a way to do, you know, we send people to the moon. I'm sure we can get two different systems to link to each other and you know, cross-feed information and stuff. So that way, instead of, you know, getting the thing back saying it's not in our city, call the county, just says it's not in the city, but we forwarded it to the county electronically on your behalf.
Okay.
So
great idea.
Just an idea. And then I will just share a story. I got a call a couple weeks ago from a senior citizen in North Oxnard who was absolutely incensed that someone had the nerve to graffiti their back wall. And I tried to explain to him how to use the 311 app, and it was a little bit of a challenge. So I said, you know what, I'll take care of it. And so I used the 311 app on my phone and reported it on their behalf, gave the address, and called them the next morning to say, okay, I reported it for you yesterday. They said they've already been here. They were here at 6:30 this morning cleaning the wall, so thank you very much. But that was all done through the 311 app. And I say that because a lot of times our inclination as electeds is we call a department director or an assistant director, say, can you look at something? Then they'll call it a supervisor, and the supervisor will give it to a work team, and then the work team will go out and do it. And then the work team will come back a couple days later and tell the supervisor, oh, hey, I did this. And then the supervisor calls the director and says, hey, we did this. And so it may be 2 weeks before we get an answer back. And yet with the 311 app, you know, it's almost instantaneous. So I think it's a great system, and I think the key is in getting the word out. There are still a lot of people that don't know it exists, and, you know, how do we market it better? So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you for the presentation, and I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Brooks, and Ms. Klima beforehand, so it was very informative, and also walked me through the site that's on our screen here, showing what Mr. Madrigal was talking about, that is accessible to everyone to see where all the service requests are at. So I do appreciate that, and if you want to elaborate on that in a second, but one of the questions regarding abandoned vehicles, and if it's more appropriate for the department to answer that, how is that process, considering these are owned by someone else? I mean, do those individuals get a fine? Essentially, this is a cost that is being incurred by the city, right?
We have the pros coming up.
Thank you.
So, council member, it depends on if they're on private property or public property. That's why we've got different folks coming up. Code enforcement is responsible when it's on private property, and PD when it's on public property.
Okay, so for our private property, we'll issue a notice to the property owner. We'll issue one courtesy notice, we'll issue them and give them 10 days. We give them a second, actually an abatement notice that gets posted on the property, and it goes to the vehicle owner and the property owner. After those 10 days, the vehicle remains, we will have it removed. And then we will charge the fees to the property owner. If they don't pay those fees, it'll come back in June for an abatement that will put an assessment on their property taxes.
And that's what we've seen along Oxnard Boulevard. Yes. Okay.
You noticed?
Yes.
Yeah. And then for public property,
And for public property, they get a 3-day notice to move the vehicle. So it's typically called a red tag. It's placed on the vehicle. They have 72 hours to move the vehicle. It can be moved any distance, but it does need to move. If it's not moved, then it is towed. And the owner has receives a letter saying the vehicle was towed and why it was stored. If they don't pick up the vehicle after a certain amount of time, the tow company does lien sale it to recover their fees.
Great, thank you. And thank you to all the departments that are involved in the response to these requests, especially for those that are submitting the request that they can get a confirmation once it's been cleared. So thank you for everyone's work on that in the entire city.
Councilman Perillo.
Before you leave, I'd like to get a question. Would there have been a couple of incidents where there have been major sideswipe accidents, and there'd be 3 or 4 cars just bumper to bumper creamed Vineyard Avenue, Saviors Road, and the cars are left there for a period of time? Is that a requirement for accident reports or something like that? And it's well over 3 days.
If they're left on the side of the road?
If they're left right on the sidewalk, I mean, they're creamed, they jacked up 2 Mercedes into a pickup truck, they're accordioned, and they're just stuck like they're mating right there on the street. And it's like, what do we do for that? Do we, I mean,
If,
they don't.
if the vehicle isn't causing a hazard in the roadway and it was a parked vehicle and it's still in the parked position, even though it's damaged, it may not be towed if the owner doesn't want it towed. If it's obvious hazard in the roadway, or it's moved out into the roadway, or it's preventing other vehicles from, it's pushed into a vehicle but not damaging the other vehicle, and the other vehicle can't move or can't leave the parking space, then it may be towed out of the area.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to say is that the main job of a city is, largely speaking, to provide a service or services. And this technological advancement has shown that, given the limited and ever-growing limited resources that the city has to provide those services, that this 311 app could really be thought of as one of the greatest technological advances in the history of the city. And I want to thank not only Mr. Brooks, but his department and those involved with this, because it really has allowed us to leverage technology to get the upper hand on an increasing number of requests that we've seen, and ever-growing limited resources to respond to those requests. So I want to acknowledge that first. The decisions that this city council makes about money are based on priorities. And just to address one of the members of the public comments saying you're lowering your goals, I don't think you should be lowering your goals. Well, if those goals are unrealistic, maybe it's a combination of how do you leverage technology further to achieve those goals, and also how do you adjust those goals based on trial and error to reflect a more realistic goal setting, because sometimes the goals are too high. The fact of the matter is, in this most recent budget cycle, the city council was given a series of priorities and budget decisions to make. And as just one example that clarifies priority-based budgeting, we were asked to phase out a fire engine in the south end of town that would have saved $1 million a year on the bottom line, and replaced it with an emergency response vehicle that would respond to medical emergencies, which are 70 to 80% of the fire department calls are medical emergencies. This council collectively decided not to phase out that fire engine and replace it with the emergency medical services, and instead spend $1 million more. What we heard here earlier, that just the medians and the roadways alone, that budget is $1 million, but we're spending $250,000. So we decided as a council collectively to preserve that fire engine in South Oxnard as a priority over improving the visuals of medians and roadways. It's that simple. And I agree that we should adjust our priorities and respond to them accordingly. But the fact of the matter is that this is, to me, one of the first most visual set of metrics that we've ever been able to see about how we're delivering governmental services and what adjustments we might need to make. And I'll conclude by saying this. I didn't say it under council business. Councilmember Lopez and myself met with several landlords in the South Winds neighborhood this week on Friday, the Cuesta del Mar neighborhood. And what we heard that was going on down there had a lot to do with illegal dumping, and that was one of the themes of our engagement with these landlords. And not only illegal dumping, but a lot of safety concerns, health and safety concerns, et cetera. And I like to say that I hope that what comes out of this, a lot is going to come out of this, but what's going to come out of this is that maybe the city is going to take a look at the fact that illegal dumping is so pervasive in Oxnard. I mean, it's like an epidemic, illegal dumping. And it's a combination of trying to innovate and figure out how can we provide a service like, say, the city of Palmdale. They have a program that deters illegal dumping by having more abilities to dump larger objects in and around those areas where illegal dumping is most pervasive. And the South Winds neighborhood has one of the highest levels of illegal dumping going on. And on the other hand, we need to toughen up on the fines and our ability to catch people that are involved in it. So I think it's a multi-prong approach of, on the one hand, innovation and trying to bring the services to the public, but also on the other hand, I just really wonder how vigilant the city is about enforcement of illegal dumping, meaning how many people a year are actually fined for illegal dumping. And I think that's a very, very important factor that we need to take a look at as a city, because what I heard here is about trash alone, that the expectation has to go from, was it 3 days to 10 days?
That's for trash and recycling services. That's a different one. That's maybe requesting an extra bin to show up at your house.
I see. I understand. So I just would conclude and say that this is one of the greatest accomplishments in my time here at the City Council. This is an amazing accomplishment, and I just want to laud the city staff, city manager, and even this council for collectively looking at how do we deliver services to the public when we have less resources to provide that. And I think this report best illustrates that. So thank you very much. So this item was to receive a report, again, on the 3/11 update report, and we're looking forward to future progress.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just add, in response to a couple of comments that were made, 3 things. First of all, the website that was shown, that is publicly available, as a couple council members mentioned. It's linked to the City of Oxnard main page. You can go to 311 apps, and then you can, and I encourage members of the public to, play around with this. You can, for example, limit it by district or limit it by geographic location. You can also limit it by type of request. So if you're, say, only interested in trash and recycling services in District 3, you can do that and limit it by time period too, and learn what requests there are in that time period. I think there's a lot to be learned from there. Secondly, to the issue of mattresses, Mayor Pro Tem gave us a great suggestion on checking out the months specifically where the mattresses, when they are being dumped and where they are being dumped, and potentially doing some outreach. But Councilmember Perello, to your question or to your comment about the $10 per mattress, I understand from the ER manager that we receive $10 per mattress only when we pick up what's called a dumped mattress. So if somebody brought a mattress to us, that would not, we would not get the $10 for that. So from the state. So what we're trying to do is find a solution, a program to pick up these mattresses, but still preserve the dollar value that we're getting from the state for these mattresses. And then thirdly, as we implement the Tyler program, the new ERP system, we can link this, and this will be, you'll get more information about this, but we can link a 311 system to the Tyler system and then gain even more information, because this data will be connected to a lot of other data. So for example, you'll be able to, or a police department will be able to link this data to a lot of the crime data and see if any of this is indicative of or helpful in terms of informing their crime statistics and so forth, and help them do their job. So there's a lot of potential here also with the new ERP system.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perrello.
Yeah, Deputy City Manager. If there was a question asked by a council member about the response time in various districts and bringing up that there's a difference, what is the feeling of staff with respect to response time? It should be equal throughout the districts, or can I draw an assumption that there's a tremendous amount of more need in a district that's causing a greater draw on the staff to take care of these things?
Yeah, we definitely don't respond with any regard to a particular district. We don't prioritize a district or anything like that. It's about where the workforce is, where the staff is, what makes the most sense in terms of staffing and timing.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add to that comment, I mean, if illegal dumping is more pervasive, as an example, in the Southwinds neighborhood, the volume of work that's going to come out of that neighborhood is going to be a lot more than maybe other neighborhoods in the city. And I would agree. I think that what's important to make clear is that there's not favoritism towards a given district, that one district is prioritized over another. And that even goes further. Somebody might say, well, District 5 looks a lot better, or there's a lot less trash in District 5 than in any other district. Well, I mean, I would imagine that maybe there's less dumping in District 5, and the reports would either confirm or show that that's either true or valid or not. But I think it's very important that we never create what exactly is what we're dealing with right now about the perceptions about the south end and the north end of town. Now we're getting down to districts, and the services that we're providing are quicker and faster in one district over another. And the other thing is to say about that is that the involvement of people in neighborhood councils has a lot to do, I think, with the squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? So if there are problems that are ongoing and they're chronic problems in neighborhoods, being involved in a neighborhood council is where you're going to see a lot of the response. And an example of that, and just as one, is the Rose Park neighborhood, right? That has one of the most proactive neighborhood councils that goes out and actually cleans up in their neighborhood. I mean, they're fanatics about trying to keep Rose Park clean. And that's an excellent example about them taking action and also working with the city. So I think it's very important to talk about. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item 4. This was added, one of the added items, and that is under the City Clerk's Department. Madam City Clerk, could you read that, please? And thanks.
Mayor, item K4, City Clerk's Department. Subject is Certificate of Sufficiency of Signatures for Initiative Petition. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file the Certificate of Sufficiency for the initiative Term Limits for the Mayor and Council Members, extension of Mayor's term from 2 years to 4 years starting in 2022. And I'll just proceed with my report. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Just very briefly this evening, in December I brought you certificates of sufficiency for 4 of the 5 citizen initiatives. This evening is the 5th initiative that we were awaiting signature verification from the County Elections Division. You'll recall that the random verification you'll recall that the random sampling for the petition signatures was just under the threshold for qualifying for the ballot. Therefore, the Elections Code mandated that a full count had to be performed to ensure that there were, in fact, 8,401 valid signatures. The county verified last week that there were, and so I provided a certificate of sufficiency for you to receive and file, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me just take a quick look. Okay, I do not have, I don't have speakers. Mr. Starr, oh, go ahead.
So thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank all the folks who helped with the gathering the signatures to get us this far. We came really close to hitting that 110% mark to avoid having to go through a full count. We really wanted to get to that point so that it could all be done at once. So we were a little disappointed that we were like at 108.7%. You had to go through the full count, and we were trying to avoid that extra time and expense. What I want to really bring up, though, is well, I guess what I'm not seeing here or in the next item is there was a request made on at the December 17th meeting, which was at that point you were considering whether to do the Section 9212 reports on all, a subset of the initiatives. It was recommended first that you do 3, and then it was decided, well, let's do 4, and then I believe it was Councilmember Lopez who said, we should do it on all 5. And that was the motion that was adopted. You adopted a motion to have reports on all 5. And what I'm not seeing is, I'm not seeing where staff actually presented that report. So I don't know whether that's just because of an oversight, whether it's just being ignored, I don't know. But I think it's really important. And by the way, I didn't support doing these reports, but what I do believe is that when the council makes a decision, that it ought to be implemented by staff. Even if I'm not on the winning side of the decision, I think that the council makes a decision, staff ought to implement that decision. So I guess what I was expecting to see today was either a report or the announcement somewhere in today's agenda that a report was going to be forthcoming. But I don't see that. So I'm hoping that was just an oversight, and that the intention really is to fulfill what the direction is of the City Council. If that decision was changed at a subsequent meeting, I didn't see it. And certainly if it was changed because of discussions with individual members of the council, well, that wouldn't really be appropriate. It would need to be a decision made in an open session, just like the original decision was made. If it gets undone, it should be undone here, not behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. And now, I don't know if there are any council member comments, Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Any council member comments? And with no council member comments, that item, of course, was to receive and file the report from the city clerk. And so we want to thank her for her work and for that report. And now we're going to go to item L, which is public comments on closed session items. And before we go into closed session, I'd like to actually read why the City Council is going into closed session. And we do have one person that's filled out a speaker card. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. Raymond Platel, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We all suspect what's going to happen next after you return from closed session. It's true that the voters elected all of you to represent the best interests of this city. You've already performed your due diligence by hiring a consultant to analyze and present the report on the initiatives. This report echoed what staff wanted to say, and the entire voter population of this city had the opportunity to read it, to see it, and hear it for themselves, and thus draw their own conclusions. There was even a multi-page article in VC Star for all readership to see. So The information was out there. However, it seems that you don't trust the voters to make smart choices, or you think the voters are stupid. You seemingly don't think the voters can analyze the pros and cons for each of the initiatives and make their own decisions. But remember, these same stupid and untrustworthy voters are the ones that put you where you're seated right now. Nevertheless, for whatever reason, it sure seems that you want to silence the voice of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to mention to the city manager that, one more speaker. Aaron Stark, please. Oh, sorry.
I think I'm losing my voice like you are. So earlier today, I mentioned the various court cases that went all the way up to the California Supreme Court on the rights of people to use the initiative process. And I'm really disheartened that we're looking at the possibility again, like you did last week, of circumventing the voters. I sincerely believe that the voters have a right to vote on this. And I guess it's just my personal plea to you that you don't circumvent your duty and violate the law. I think that they deserve this. I think you know they deserve this. I think term limits is a very common proposal. It's been done in many, many cities. I can't imagine a scenario where you would argue that it's a violation of the Constitution for the citizens to consider this. So I don't know what you're going to do behind closed doors. I didn't know what you were going to do last week. I was kind of surprised by the outcome. I imagined the possibility that you could sue, but it didn't occur to me that you would actually not follow the law and not put the items to a vote. I've yet to see what the arguments are for not putting the measures on the ballot last week. I think we at the very least deserve to know what's your argument. Maybe you have something really compelling. I don't know. But I just can't imagine an argument, for example, that says that the citizens don't have a right to, for example, say, hey, the council meeting should meet in the evenings when it's available, when it's easier for them to attend. I just can't imagine what the constitutional argument is against that. And I can't imagine what the constitutional argument is against term limits. So it's my hope today that you won't spend a lot of time and money launching another lawsuit, and that you will honor the thousands upon thousands of citizens in this city who signed these initiatives. And I had some great conversations with so many of them, and they understand exactly what they're signing. I think they have a right to decide this. I think it should be their decision. I don't think it should be your decision. And I hope you'll recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the City Council will go into closed session. Okay, the city council just emerged from closed session, and we'll have the city attorney make his announcement, please. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no actions to report out of closed session.
Thank you very much. So now the city council will go to take the last item this evening under reports, and that's on page 5 of the agenda. And that's under reports, item 1. Madam City Clerk, could you please read the item?
Mr. Mayor, why don't you just let me read it since it's pretty self-explanatory for the balance of the report itself.
Thank you.
So the item is consideration of action on initiative measure titled Term Limits for the Mayor and Council Members, extension of mayor's term for 2 years to 4 years starting in 2022. And the recommendation is that the City Council, for the initiative titled Term Limits for the Mayor and Council Members, extension of mayor's term for 2 years to 4 years starting in 2022, either A, adopt the ordinance, or B, call an election, and if calling an election, adopt a resolution ordering consolidation with the November 3, 2020 statewide election and requesting the county clerk to conduct the election and authorizing the Board of Supervisors to canvass the returns. So, the city clerk explained the circumstance that separated this item out from the other 4 items that were brought to the council in December. And I would like to point out that this item was not on the agenda for any sort of action in December. However, if the city council does wish to request a 9212 report, it certainly may, now that it is before you on the agenda. So, I would like to or suggest that you take any public comment on this item now, and then you can deliberate your options under the recommendation here, whether adopting or calling the election.
Thank you very much. And I do have one speaker card, and that is Pat Brown, please.
Frankly, I don't like the idea of 4-year terms, and the reason is because what do you do if you get another somebody like Donald Trump who wants to change all the rules, fire everybody, get 2 or 3 people to do what 25 people or 30 people would do, and so nothing gets done, and he makes a fool of, he or she makes a fool of themselves because they try to make everything changed and nothing gets done, and then the whole city just kind of falls apart. That's why if you get somebody in there that's really, really bad, you got 4 years of torture. I just can't see that. However, if you've got to do one or the other, I would say to adopt the ordinance rather than having elections and whatnot, because that's just more cost, more time consuming, just more of a pain. So that's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Starr, to be followed by Greg Runyon, please.
Well, I guess I'd like to start off by thanking the council for not deciding to sue me on this one. And I guess I want to thank you in advance for, I guess, which is really the only logical decision, which is to put it on the ballot in November. The people deserve to be able to vote on this, folks. I hope you'll honor that decision. So once again, thank you. And thank you for the right decision that you're about to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg Runyon, please.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Council, I've thought for a long time you guys should go to a 4-year mayor, just for the fact you have council that serves for 4-year terms. And with all respect, the 2-year cycle, also, it's expensive to run campaigns. Those of you that have run for mayor and council and different things know that. And I think just the cost and everything else that goes into it, the cycle, it would be nice to have 4-year mayors that cycle in and serve with the council and work that way. I also think that Oxnard's a growing city. And to see Oxnard go into a more cohesive way of doing things. You know, our president, like them or not, when they're there for 4 years. Congress serves for 2 years, but you are not that type of body. And though you cycle through, having council members that are on for 4 years with 2-year cycles, I understand the difference. But having a mayor that comes in every 2 years and changes, the good thing about our city is we are a strong city manager city, but the mayor hopefully casts the vision. And, you know, it's difficult when the mayor comes in and every 2 years has to either come up with a new vision, defend their old vision. It's tiring. And Mayor Flynn, you know, you've run for mayor a few times and had to cycle through it. You get into the chair, you're there for about 7, 8 months, and then you have to start figuring out a new campaign. And all of you that have run for office understand that. So I think our city is better served by having a mayor that we know is in there and has our direction. And I hope our electorate, to Pat's question, I hope our electorate is educated and wise enough to know that the mayor we select should not be one who is a, what's the right word here? Blowhard? How's that? That we elect someone who has the vision of our city as the most important thing. And if we don't like them, then in 4 years we'll get another one. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. We have some options here that were read by the city attorney. And what is the recommendation of the council?
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just add in response to one of the speaker's comments. So she mentioned, Ms. Brown mentioned the potential cost savings of having this this adopted tonight. So in an effort to save costs of an election on the term limit measure, the city council, it's my recommendation that they adopt this ordinance. Adoption of the ordinance is one of the 2 approaches that's been requested by the proponent, as I recall. And with Measure B on the March 2020 ballot, the voters will have the opportunity to consider the adoption of 4 good governance measures for Oxnard, including campaign contribution limits, alternative term limit provisions, gift limits, and financial transparency.
Thank you very much. What's the pleasure of the council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I'd like to just preface my motion here by saying that I do think 2 terms is really not sufficient. And I also think that a mayor's term for 2 years is also not sufficient. So I support 4 years for the mayor, but I prefer Measure B, but I'm going to move to adopt this ordinance now so we can avoid an election later on.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilman McDonald. The vote, please.
The motion carries 6-1.
Okay, and this meeting is adjourned.